We're gonna talk with the Ekko about this thread.
Absolute heinous.
Oh wait. Actually, wait. No, because he says language that I don't like. So TLDR is he believes that he should be able to one-shot the Pyke. Who checks this brush? This is basically what it is. So I'll just play it. Believes that he should be able to one-shot him. So
Pyke passive. Ability haste.
So Pyke's gonna come in, and then he fails to kill. Now, okay.
Yo, hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. But how are you?
I've been better. All right.
What
where do you wanna start on the stuff?
You want me to be honest?
Sure.
I'm going into this. I don't even remember what the point that we were arguing is. Are we talking about? You said some shit about like class design and game balance or whatever. I was just like, the whole point that I was making was I feel like there should be a threshold at which I should be so strong, or there should be a point where my champion reaches a point where I'm so ahead that I wouldn't even say breaks the fundamentals of the game. I would just be like I don't even know. Like Pyke is like what Pyke's like insanely squishy here. At a certain point, I should be fed enough to completely delete him, right? Yes or no?
Should be able to delete the squishy.
Are you writing?
I'm just taking a note.
Noting this
no, I'm taking a note so that we can go point by point and like discuss it. So I agree with you that objectively there actually is a point in which you would kill Pyke. If you had another item, you would kill Pyke. Or alternatively, if Pyke was missing some HP, you would kill him because your Shadow Flame Cinderbloom passive would have actually procced, whereas this is one of the problems that the item has for like Ekko, Akali, and a bunch of champions, is they don't actually make use of the Cinderbloom. So for them, it's just the raw AP of 110 plus the 15 flat M-Pen, which actually in a lot of cases deals less damage in an upfront combo than, say, Void Staff versus a wide range of magic resistances. And most people don't know that. So if you hit a target at full HP, or if you're building Shadow Flame versus bruisers or tanks, which I think there's more than enough conditions for you to have Shadow Flame in this game, especially with your teammates, then the item is almost always going to be worse than Void Staff unless you have some like AoE and the fights are going to be really ugly, etc. So if you had one more item, you would kill Pyke. Because Pyke, we can agree that Pyke as a support is not actually getting any more items, and he's not getting any more stats. But in the clip, you only have 3 items. You're not Omega fed. You have components for other items.
I wouldn't say only 3 items. Like it's like that.
But it is only 3.
It is only 3. Okay, the number 3, yeah, it is. But it's it's like if you have a hubris with like 60 sacks on it, are you going to be like, oh, you only have 1 item or something like that? Like it's not really like it's kind of like it's the amount of AP that I have, like the stats that I have. I feel like all of the multipliers that I have versus the lack of durability that the Pyke has invested into, and that's just naturally on that champion.
So
I figured that it would be fair to say that like this is a moment where the stars are aligning to the point where I should completely delete him for dopamine points.
So
not for the game fundamentals, but for dopamine.
Okay, so for 3 items and like let's say a competitive match or something, 3 items is typically completed around anywhere from 22 to 25 minutes, depending on what the items are.
Fair, yeah.
So this is 26 minutes. So you're a little bit ahead of the curve because you also have components and you have the tier 3 boots, etc. And Pyke is obviously really squishy. But one of the items that you do have is it has a massive passive that you don't activate this entire fight. Like it just doesn't take place. So yes, you do. I mean, Death Cap is a big item, but if we quantify exactly what big is, it's a 3,500 gold item versus, say, a 3,000 or a 2,900. But as the game timer hits a certain point, historically it used to be 17:15, but now I think it's 16:15. Cannons, they used to reach their maximum gold value. but then cannon spawn every other wave at 13 minutes 15 seconds. And then minion movement speed increases in increments of 25 at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and 25 minutes, eventually capping. And what that does is it increases the speed at which...
On my life, you're going too fast, bro. On my life, I play solo queue, bro.
Okay.
I don't...
No, sure. Okay, so...
I don't know what the minion move speed has to do with this, bro.
So the minion movement speed has to do with the rate at which you accumulate your second item. And because Death Cap's not a first item, it's typically a second or a third, the longer that the game goes on, there's more triggers that end up happening on the map, which causes the average GPM, gold per minute, acquired by champions...
I know what GPM is.
Oh, sure. Okay. It becomes higher. So because it becomes higher, when you talk about breakpoints of like 500 gold difference, you're actually only talking about typically like 1 minute in-game timer, or 1 minute 30-second in-game timer. So you're talking about a 90-second difference. You're not actually talking about a really big difference, the way that it would be if it was your first item. So that's why I'm saying the minion movement speed and the cannon gold value and the game timer matters. Because even though you are at 3 items, one of them is actually cheaper than some of the other mage items, but then yes, Death Cap is more expensive. But you could agree that if Ekko had 1 more item, the threshold would be reached, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would even say that I have 5 Dark Seal stacks here. If I had 10 Dark Seal stacks, he dies.
Sure. Okay, great. Yeah, exactly. So, and then also like you have an item which has a passive which you're quite literally not using. Now
that you said that, you brought that up, I kind of want to go into the replay and see exactly what percentage he was, because
I checked it. I checked the combo before I replied.
What percentage was he at?
Well, the majority of your combo is before he even reaches Cinderbloom, which is triggered at 40%. So like you do your if you look at the combo on the screen when he runs away, you can actually just see what you do.
So my Shadow Flame passive only procced on the last auto attack, is what you're saying?
Yep. So both Qs have triggered. No Cinderbloom. And then finally it triggers after your passive is already procced, which means it doesn't benefit from it.
Okay, yeah.
So there's a huge component of your item that is missing. I'm gonna share screen really quick. These triangles are awfully drawn. For I'm not making Legend of Zelda.
Okay, that's honestly him not being below like the Shadow Flame passive threshold is, in my eyes, that's probably like the best argument that has been made so far. Other people reading this shit like, oh, you want Ekko to one-shot people with 1.5 abilities or whatever, while other champs have to press like 2, 3, 4. That's not even my point. That's not even what my point is.
Right. Okay.
What we can both agree on is that, like you said before, there is a point in which I would be able to just completely one-shot.
Yes,
this fight.
it would.
You're saying if I had 1 more item, I would be able to do that. That's what my entire. I guess that's what the tweet was about, or that's what the post was about. The post was, at what point does my champion practically break the fundamentals of the game? Because I'm not talking about the game in a competitive aspect or in a fundamental aspect or like anything like that. I'm just saying like, there should be a point in the game, whether it's I'm 30-0, whether I'm 50-0, at some point I should be able to just like one-shot people.
Right,
and
but you see,
I feel like this Pyke with 0 investment into anything defensive. I felt like I feel like he should be dead. That's just what I'm saying. And if I had 5 more Dark Steel stacks, maybe. If I had another component, maybe. If it was before a certain time, maybe.
Sure. Like,
does that not make sense though? Is Pyke not dying here actually that reasonable? Or is it wrong for me to be surprised that he lived?
Yeah. I think that it depends. Like, if you have 2 items, would you want your assassin? Like, if I walk the question back, or if I walk the initial statement back, right? You wouldn't complain if it was 2 items, but you're complaining because it's 3. Yes. Or like where does
not specifically I'm saying that there's there are a large amount of factors
sure.
that are going into this. That's not just the items. It's like I'm above absolute focus threshold. I have 24 Gathering Storm AP. I have an Infernal Drake. He doesn't have a Mountain Drake. All this stuff, 0 bonus MR. I'm level 16. All of these things put together, I would expect to be able to just blow his shit smooth off here.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Not just that I have 3 items, but I have 3 items and an Infernal Drake. He has nothing to like.
Well,
he has nothing defensively.
Let's contextualize what an Infernal Drake is. If you have 300 AP, how much does an Infernal Drake actually give you?
Deadass don't know.
Okay, it gives you 3%. So if you have 300, it gives you 9. It gives you 9 AP.
Awesome.
So then
right.
Ekko has his ratios, right? And he has varying ratios. You're not seeing all 9 of this AP.
Yeah.
And then also, I believe that it stacks multiplicatively with Death Cap, which actually means that you don't get the flat 3%. So yeah, like you're gonna also get Death Cap off the 9 AP, but I don't know if it does something weird where it gives you like 11 or like 11.x or something. I'm not sure how the game reads that. I don't know that order of operation. But okay, so you're saying, sure.
Can I interject with a question?
Yep. Yeah.
I need you to. I play solo queue on the North American ladder. I need you to completely speak to me like I'm damn near drooling on myself because I don't know what You need to completely retardify it for me.
Okay.
Please.
So, all right. So your
Awesome.
claim is that your champion should be able to do it, and that's coming from an emotion, right? It's a feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair, yeah.
Now we as humans know that
Okay.
feelings.
Oh, I don't know about what do you mean by that? Okay.
Well, feelings can be wrong. Feelings can be wrong. You can have a feeling about something, but it's incorrect. And then you actually do the research, or you test it, etc., and you realize that it's incorrect, right? Tens of thousands of years ago or whatever, people believed that the Earth orbited, or the sun orbited the Earth, right? And whatever, right? I mean, modern day, there's still flat earthers, and there's also League Twitter sometimes. But in the same vein, we know that an emotion can be wrong. Now, you also concede that if you had another item, he would die. Yeah. Okay. The other thing is, if he was just missing a bit of HP, or say, not even Pyke, right? Let's say Kiana or Ashe or, any of the other champions, you would activate Cinderbloom, which is one of your key items that its passive is entirely not being used right now. And if you were able to activate that, your damage, it goes so up, it's not even funny. You get a massive boost. Okay. Yeah. So there's conditions in which you actually deal more damage when they're at different thresholds. Like, let's say that your first Q hits them and then suddenly Cinderbloom's activated, you deal way more damage than you would do if they were at full. Okay. So there's conditions to even your current itemization that, for the conditions that you've made, don't benefit the argument. Because you've itemized not for maximum burst versus full HP. You've itemized for a good amount of upfront damage, but then insane burst in skirmishes or extended skirmishes. That's the way that you itemized. Yeah. Okay. So delete everything. Yeah. Right. That's fair. Now, the claim is of your champion. Now, your champion is a class. It's an assassin, right? And as your other tweets already show, you went through and you found other champions that, with nearly similar gold, can actually kill the Pyke in that situation. They can. I need to talk about that. That one, those tweets, specifically the first one, was because some moron tried to make the initial comparison of like, oh, Elise compared Ekko with Elise. Yes. Let's just say I didn't go out of my way to be like, oh, but this champion can do this and this champion can do this and my champion can't. I didn't do that. Sure. Dude said Ekko or Elise can do this or whatever the fuck. Yeah. I locked it in. Then he started saying some other shit. Then I just went down the list, and at a certain point, it reached a point where I just started taking the piss. It was kind of yes. But I completely agree. Okay. Well, continue. I just had to drop that. But continue. Okay. Yeah. Go on. I would also argue that, like, in the Elise clip, you also have her dealing true damage to Pyke, whereas you're not dealing true damage. So. What do you mean, like with Smite? Or... No. She has Storm Surge instead of Dusk and Dawn. So Storm Surge also has 20 more AP. and then it has 15 magic penetration.
Yeah.
So because she has percentile health and she's dealing true damage, Ekko can't contend with her damage. It's just not. It's not natural. Like that should not happen.
Of course.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So there are other assassins. It's not your assassin, right? Like the same way that if you play WoW or if you play, I don't know, RuneScape, you play anything. If you
we need to get to the WoW. We need to get to the WoW comparison as well.
Sure. Your assassin might not be able to do it with the way that you itemized. There might actually be another itemization combination that actually lets you do it. Like instead of Dusk and Dawn.
100% is.
Yes.
If I go Lichbane here, he dies. If I go,
sure.
If I go Lichbane, he dies. If I have Electrocute and I go Belt, I can immediately I can kill him instantly.
Yeah.
Okay. I know those are. Okay. I feel like I should also bring up because I don't know if it's clear or not. I am not saying that Ekko should be able to compete with other assassins' levels of damage. Because I know that Ekko has different utility. He has a fucking 2.5 second stun or whatever.
Sure.
He's got a W, his remix. He has all of these things. He has insane wave clear. Yo, don't redeem the sound alerts, you retard. Hold on, wait. Someone started redeeming sound alerts on my screen. All right, my fault.
You're good.
He has all these things that differentiate him from other assassins, obviously.
I agree.
So I understand that there needs to be a balance in power between the damage and like his utility and stuff. Ekko's more of a utility kind of assassin, right?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Like more bruiser-ish. He's not like really one-shotting people, but it's more like you go in and then out, and you play more with your cooldowns, I guess.
Right.
As opposed to other assassins that kind of just go in, blow someone up, call it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
I completely agree.
I can agree on that. That's his identity and everything like that. Awesome.
Okay.
I'm not trying to say that in a vacuum with the same amount of gold and items in the exact same scenario, Ekko should be able to do the same amount, if not more, or whatever amount of damage in the exact same scenario. I'm saying that at a certain point, that should not really be a factor, I guess. Or at a certain point, that factor should just not exist. Like if this pike wasn't a pike and it was a Yumi instead,
sure.
I feel like I would have 0 Dark Seal stacked and I would still blow her shit backwards. Right?
Yeah, of course, because of base stats in the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Now, if I was level 17, I blow his shit backwards. If he was level 12, I blow his shit backwards as well.
Why would 17? What would 17 change?
More AP. I just have more AP and shit.
How do you have more AP from level 17?
Absolute focus.
Sure. Okay. And so it would add, but it would add like an inconsequential amount, no? Wouldn't it? It would add like a single digit.
Would it? Would it actually be that low?
So Gathering Storm, I think, is the one that one's triggered by game timer. That one's the one that really juices up. Becomes 48.
Does it actually go up by fucking? Does Absolute Focus? No, there ain't no way. Does Absolute Focus actually only go up by 1?
So, not well. I mean, you can look at the scaling of it.
We're about to open this shit up right now. Absolute Focus. All right, this shit is too much. Can I just see how much AP this shit gives an AP champion with? All right, bro. I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Yep.
I just started reading some of this shit, and I low-key don't even want to figure out how much more AP I get from Absolute Focus, bro.
All right, let me check for you. I can find out.
No, I will simply concede that point. Fuck it.
Okay. I mean, well, while you're talking about whatever else, I mean, I can check.
You get like 2 AP, gang. See? It's not 1. I feel like these like tiny amounts.
You would get 2 AP.
Does that not stack with like? Would that not?
So you get you get 2 AP and then you get 30% of 2.
Okay, but okay, you
like
know what?
0.668.
No. All right, bro. Fair.
6.8, whatever. Okay, so that's what I mean. So we can have feelings about things, but then we can actually dive into stuff. And so I feel like in this call, you've already acknowledged a couple of things. One, if you had different items, Pike dies.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. But you've spec'd for more utility. You're not as Glass Cannon because you have Dusk and Dawn. So you have more HP, you have higher attack speed, you have more ability haste than, say, if you had Storm Surge. If you had Storm Surge, he dies. He would trigger Squall, and then you have 15 more M-Pen, and then you have 20 more AP, then Dusk and Dawn. And then 20 more AP.
I feel like this is just like... The thing is that what I don't understand is, how is it that unreasonable almost to be to at least be like that doesn't seem right.
Things can not seem right, but that's an emotion.
Does it make sense to you? Does it make sense to you that this Pike that has nothing really defensive about him at all is living that? It's just living this. Like,
yes, because you're only 3 items. You're only 3 items. And also,
now that just sounds bizarre to me that it's only 3 items. Because to me,
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe all right. Maybe we just grab Rock can beat Paper if Rock is strong enough. What?
Well, no. I mean, if you play Pokemon or you play WoW and stuff, like you're not like. Do you play WoW?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that you're a fresh level 60, or maybe you have a couple of items, right? And someone comes along and they're a level 60, or they're 58, or they're 59, right? But you only have a couple of items into 60. Just because they're a squishy doesn't mean you insta one tap them. Like those highlight clips.
Obviously, yeah.
Sure. Okay. So it's the same. It's the same thing. You're not level.
I don't think the difference in. I feel like the difference in like where we are in this league clip isn't that small, as in like
no, it's not that
level
small.
60 to
That's
level
what,
58.
Right. That's why if he fell below the Cinderbloom threshold, you would have killed him, or if you just had a different items. Like a level 60 with different items versus a level 60 with different items. Maybe one level 60 kills and the other one doesn't. It's the same thing. I'm just trying to give like an example. But the other thing about this is that Ekko, he's an assassin, and just like this triangle exists, right? This is the triangle of assassons. You go further and further.
Wait. Are you?
Yeah.
Wait, you're streaming?
Yeah, I'm LS. I'm LS.
Damn!
I'm LS. What? Do you not know who I am?
No, like on Discord.
Oh yeah, I'm streaming. Yeah, of course. I'm trying to teach you how like this. But
holy fuck! What is the diagram? I didn't see this shit.
Okay. So the diagram would be like what you would expect, because you chose an assassin, and then Ekko would go down this list, right? So for each like point, there would be a different type of assassin. Maybe there's a rogue, maybe there's a stealther, right? Maybe I don't know, or maybe not a stealther. Maybe like maybe there would be like a glass cannon type rogue, right? And then you have a rogue, and then maybe you go down and there's a stealther, right? And then you go into another subcategory of rogue, and maybe you get, I don't know, a trickster or something like that, right? Even though they're still an assassin. Then, you go down and the thing from the stealther, and like, you can keep going. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. So when your tweet targets Riot, you're ultimately complaining about game design or class design, which is why, like, this diagram, if this was like skill points, Ekko is teched differently in his skill points than another assassin. But that's the nature of him.
That's what I've been saying.
Right.
I've been saying that as well.
Sure. So, that's all that it is. So you're only at 3 items in the game, and I guess your claim would be that you want to be able to kill a squishy at 3 items. But I would argue that 3 items is still very early in the game, because it's only, again, 22 to 26 minutes in competitive. And so for solo queue, that number is going to be disproportionately sped up because of kills, turret plates, EXP gained from kills, etc. So naturally that number speeds up. If you hit a breakpoint too quickly, then it's very unhealthy for solo queue. And also, assassins can't exist in competitive almost. They really, really, really struggle. The same way in WoW or something, the only way that the assassin class functions is not because they have a lot of damage, it's because they have a lot of tricks. they have sap, they have stuns, they have, eye gouge, they have like all these things that isn't really an assassin. It's not that they deal obscene amounts of damage. They do that in open world environments. If you go open world and someone's completely decked out and their tune is completely twinked or whatever, yeah, they absolutely one-shot you in open world. But in a competitive environment, 3v3, 2v2, 5v5, that's not what the assassin class is. Because the longer that a game exists, the more people understand about assassins, and the more that they need to have not damage, but tricks in order to exist.
I would
as a
argue
class.
against that. I would argue against that in terms of Shadowlands PvP.
I don't know what Shadowlands
is. Do you only know like classic WoW?
Well, I know a variety.
Well, what did your extent of WoW knowledge like hit?
I mean, I used to play Rated and Wrath of the Lich King, and then I played SOD for a couple of months.
Okay, so basically any expansion past like Wrath is like, it's not really.
I'm not going to be really super familiar with the terminology, but if you use game theory.
Okay, never mind. Then we don't have to.
Okay.
Then we don't have to talk about it.
Okay.
Basically, there's in Shadowlands there's PvE trinkets and shit that will legit just straight. Like just one, even in an arena environment, even where PvP is like supposed to be more balanced towards not being one shot and actual like more competitive, like you were saying.
Sure.
It's things like that still existed. Granted, I'm not saying it's healthy for the game. I'm not saying that it's good game design or anything like that. It was insanely broken. What about? Do you know anything about like BFA? Like, have you heard about like the corruption system in BFA?
No, I don't.
Or no?
But the
okay. Well, it was also broken. It was also stupid broken.
Okay.
Either way.
So you're saying that it's broken. That doesn't work to support your argument. That works against it.
I'm saying that there are circumstances where you can say that maybe in a competitive environment it wouldn't work.
Sure.
But that's not realistic, and that's not like obviously that's not every environment. That's specifically tailored towards competitive.
Well, sure. That's
it's
why
a solo queue. This is a solo queue.
Right. This is solo queue, and assassins can exist in solo queue.
Exactly.
So but they do exist. So if you weren't Ekko, there's a lot of other assassins that would have killed Pyke there, or if you had different items.
Yes.
Okay, so then
I agree.
It's not like an actual problem with current.
What I believe, what I personally believe, is that Ekko's base stats, his base stats, should be enough to be able to do that extra 100 damage.
But he can do it.
I feel like it would
different
be
items.
I feel like it would be realistic with but with those items, like with that level, with the base stats, like I'm saying.
Based on what?
Like, it's like. Okay, I don't want to bring up another champion for example, because I don't want to compare apples and oranges and shit. But like, you can build defensive items on certain champions and not really have it affect their damage output to a reasonable extent.
Okay.
Example, like Seraphs is a pretty defensive item, or like Zhonya's and Banshees and all that shit. They give you some defensive stats. It's not 100% damage, but on certain champions, it doesn't completely kill your damage output. Certain champions can still one-shot with those items.
Okay, so there are other champions in the game that would be able to one-shot, but so you're bringing up the items and you're saying that you want him to be able to do it with specifically those items, right? But those items, so I'm writing.
I'm saying at a certain point of being fed, at a certain point of my champion being fed, the build shouldn't be that. It should still have an effect on it, but it shouldn't be that drastic to like, if I built something else, this extra 100 damage should have. If I built something else and I would have had this extra 100 damage or some shit like that. I'm saying that
if Pyke was lower, you would have done hundreds
I'm saying that the
of
lead
more
that
damage.
I have. Yeah, 100. Yes.
Hundreds. No, hundreds more if he was just lower HP. Because
from Shadowflame, I know.
Right. So you built an item that didn't reward what you tried to do, and then you're complaining about that.
Supposed to finish the job, bro. Why do my spells not do enough damage to get into below 40% in the first place?
Well, if you bring a knife, right, to a real life fight, you bring a knife so that you can move your hand and arm quicker. You can react to things faster. But then you're complaining that it doesn't deal as much damage as a sword. That's not fair because a sword is bigger, more clunky, and has different physics.
Okay, but what if I am so fed that the knife that I have in question is the same weight and I can still use it, I can still equip it with the same amount of maneuverability and shit, but it hits like a sword. If I hit a certain point, it
I
should hit
agree
like a
with you.
sword.
That knife is called.
But I should still wield that shit like a motherfucker.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And that knife is called Storm Surge, not Dusk and Dawn. You bought the wrong knife.
I'm not talking about the knife. It's well, I guess I did talk about the knife.
You
But
are.
what about me specifically? Okay, what if I'm legit? Let's see. Let's take if I'm legit Larry Wheels with a knife.
I don't know what that means, but okay. I'm following.
Fucking giant brolic buff black dude.
Yep.
All right.
Sure.
With a knife.
Okay.
Does the knife matter? Would the knife matter as much as just being able to like just straight plow that shit through someone's head?
I agree with you. Yes, the knife would not matter. However, for Ekko, he doesn't have good AP ratios.
Yeah, that sucks. Fuck the AP ratios. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's fucked up. I want the AP ratios higher.
Well, if you want to be so not everyone can be in your example Larry Wheels or whoever he is, right? They're not as big.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean they can't do other things.
Bro, that's like, bro, what you're hitting me with right now is like, not everybody can achieve their dream. Some of us just got to be a plumber, and some of us just got to be like.
No. So I talked about this.
Like that?
I talked about this the other day on stream. So one of my favorite champions to play, because emotionally I really like the aesthetic of the champion, and other stuff is Malzahar, right? But Malzahar sucks.
Yeah.
So if Malzahar, if his champion model looked something like Syndra, or not looked like Syndra, if you swapped the kits of like some champions in game, that's what I would like most, but that's not Malzahar anymore. The same way that like you want Ekko to be this type of assassin, but he's not
anymore. But he used to be.
So in the one tap era, right, with like first strike and other stuff, like the clip that you showed,
Yeah.
You had like way more AP. The Tryndamere had less MR and also like 350 less health.
But the discrepancy is like, wait.
The discrepancy is really big,
Sorry,
yeah, because the way first strike used to work, you used to get a massive amount of true damage within a certain window that bypasses all their stuff. And also, death tap used to give more AP back then.
Everything, yeah, because they nerfed the stats on all the items.
Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that once upon a time, there was a time.
Yes.
Where my champion was gangster as fuck.
Yep.
And now, I've been gimped, and I feel bad about it.
You got. I think you're streaming on Twitch too. You gotta be careful with that word, by the way. I'll write you why. Hold on. Yeah. Don't spell it. Don't spell it.
Bro, I was saying retard, but I can't say that.
Well, I'm autistic. I'm giving you the pass.
Oh my guy, thank you.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually scared to open this.
What?
Oh, god damn. All right.
Yeah. I didn't know that either.
I just got off a 2 week. That's crazy. All right.
Okay, yeah, I did not know that either. So Riot did what they did with the durability patch and everything else because so many people were complaining, and then Riot as a game company wants to not bleed. Like earlier you said that it was, there's other games where it's super broken. Broken doesn't mean good or healthy. So
Agreed.
if Riot's goal as a business is to retain players and do all these other types of things, and make the game last longer, because the game isn't just made for you and it's not built for you.
I understand that.
Sure.
I'm not even gonna say that I will be the first to say this, because it's not even like it's not even an opinion that's out of the realm of like just it's been everyone shares. Getting one shot is kind of cancer, obviously, right? Like it's not fun. You walk out of base and you immediately just get Rengar. You're not having fun. It's fun for the Rengar probably if he's like evil as hell, But for you, it's like, yo, this shit sucks. I'm gonna go play something else.
Great. Okay.
Right?
Completely agree with you. So now imagine if the champion that can also rewind time has a giant shield, can gap close a distance of 1,000 range in a split second, has a blink that even bypasses Poppy, does all these things, can press Q on the wave once and the wave's gone in mid lane. If that champion also could one-shot you immediately out of Fog of War, what are you going to feel?
That shit was that shit was. But okay, counterpoint. If my champion was 30-0 or some shit, like this is an extreme example.
Exactly.
Right?
If my
champion was 30-0, then it's like okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. Then it's totally fine.
Okay.
So my reply to your tweet was just because you addressed Riot, and so I'm talking about like game design and balance, and so that's where like I came at this conversation. I think that you're totally entitled and free to want Ekko to be able to do something that he's currently with the way that he's designed. Not.
I gotta bring this up. I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt you.
Sure.
Did Natty Nat say some fuck shit in your chat? Cause no. Someone sent me this.
I don't know. I don't have chat on when I try to focus. I don't have chat on when I try to focus.
You play Rengar, bro. Why we disrespect, bro? Don't hit me with that shit. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
So he plays Rengar, right? And Rengar is able to spec differently in the assassin tree because Rengar is dependent on brushes in order to get access to a lot of his range. If Rengar is out of brushes, he's significantly weaker. That's one of his big weaknesses. Okay, so if you're in a dragon pit or you're in a baron pit and he doesn't have R, Rengar's way weaker. Super
weaker, yes.
Okay. And then Rengar, if he like blows his W, if he doesn't time it right,
he is super weak outside of bushes. Yes. But at what point in the game, what stars do you believe have to align for that to be like not really for the fact that him not having bushes doesn't really matter and he can still fucking 1v9 without it. At what point? Like, what does KDA have to be? What time in the game does it have to be? What stars have to align?
Well, it's relative to the other champions in the game. So like when you see like Natty Nat or like other Rengar highlights, the most impressive ones to me, whenever I see highlights on Twitter or whenever I see highlights on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts or something, the most impressive ones to me is when the champion relative to the game timer or their KDA, like they don't have a lot of kills. They have almost none. And the stats are even. That's when it's like really impressive, and that's how someone like me or people that try to do like really in-depth analysis can try to find things that are actually truly broken or things that are imbalanced, things that on a 0-0-0 stat line are doing things that they probably shouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, okay, that's not even like a out of this world opinion to have. Obviously, yes, no one wants to see a montage of some dude being 30-0 blowing fucking million people up as opposed to actual Chinese fingers and like mechanics. Yeah, that's obviously more impressive.
Sure.
I'm not talking, but okay. I feel like we're kind of. I don't even want to say that we're going in circles because I am like understanding what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's not. I just feel like my initial point is being misinterpreted.
All right. So let's say, so I made a huge Twitter post on Ivern a couple hours ago, right? Because I think that Ivern is potentially the strongest champion in the game from a game design perspective and then current game balance. I think Ivern's probably the strongest. If I were to say that in mid-game, right, Ivern has 2 items, I want his shield to be 800 instead of 600.
That's bullshit.
Okay.
Sorry?
No, sure. No,
that shit just came out. I'm not gonna lie.
No, that's okay. So if I say I feel like it should be 800, that doesn't make it right, or it also doesn't it doesn't make it balanced at all. So then I have to actually like go into it and I have to try to figure out, okay, something's not right here. Let me ask you a question. Do you play Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Eve is really bad right now. She's she is laughably bad. And the problem that Evelyn has is because of her current kit, sort of like how Ekko has a kit, Rengar has a kit, everyone has a kit, etc. In the current items, Evelyn really struggles because her kit limits what kind of power Riot can give her, and then current items are the way that they are, and then there's like other things going on, right? Like Evelyn's dependency on the charm in order to get the magic pen, or all these other types of things. She sucks in that way. So Evelyn's actually a really good example of a difficult problem for Riot, where she has such a weird kit that it's hard to give her power. But if an Evelyn player just said, I feel like I should just be able to kill everyone, they're delusional.
Okay, yeah, okay. That is fair.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, okay, I guess the way that I interpreted that Evelyn example is, in my eyes, if I'm an Evelyn main, and I'm like, yo, my champion's fucking dog ass right now.
Yep.
I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's fair for an Evelyn player to feel that way, okay? Because it's cancer when your champion sucks, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So like, if an Evelyn player is pissed off and being like, yo, this is bullshit, take some power away from this part of her kit so that this part can be a little bit more like powerful, and then maybe she can see a little bit more players. I'd be like, I don't have enough hours on the champion to be like, no, that's not true. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Your champion is like that. That's not the case.
Okay.
Like, also, you said
so
Ekko is extremely strong right now, or something like that. Like,
yes, he says. So, well, he
Can you go into depth with that, please?
Sure. So me and Inspired.
Because I completely disagree with it.
Okay. So you know who Inspired is, or do you not watch competitive?
Yeah.
Okay. So me and Inspired had
a. Bro.
Okay. So we had a pretty lengthy discussion on Twitter. The audio is up somewhere. About Ekko. We believe Ekko is really, really strong because the items that you actually have in the clip are obtainable in a competitive environment at a reasonable point. And you're still able to deal that damage, right? Even though there's utility in the items that you built. You built one item that gives you, so you built an HP item, right? Gives you 350 HP, gives you 70 AP, which is not, this is a very low amount of AP by AP item standards. This is very, very, very low. Okay. Sorry. Let me make this black. Okay. So, and then it gives you what, 25% attack speed?
Yeah.
And then it gives you what, 20 ability haste? Right? Yeah. Okay. So, and then it gives you a passive that allows you to two-hit after a slight delay. It reapplies on hits. Okay.
Yeah.
So you built an item that makes you absorb 1 to 2 spells or potentially 2 auto attacks post resistances from an ADC. It gives you 25% attack speed to be more slippery and apply your passive quicker, or just hit people. Gives you 20 ability haste, which is massive CDR for your abilities, and then you get the 2-hit passive. So should this item allow you to hit as hard as 90 AP, 15 M pen, and then Squall active?
Obviously not. Yes.
Okay, right. Not. Okay, all right. So Ekko in competitive, if he's able to build these like hybridish items where he has more HP than normal, he has a lot of ability haste, he's very slippery, and then in competitive, let's say he can use Cinder Bloom because he has teammates, right? And the fight goes out, etc. So he gets more damage than he otherwise would just trying to one-tap someone. Ekko is really, really, really skill expressive, and then with his R, things he can do with parallel convergence, all these other types of things, Ekko is actually a really good 0-0-0 champion. Like, if everyone in the game is 0-0-0-0, and they're at 2 items, or they're at 3 items, Ekko has a lot of possibilities, and his utility and damage relative to those possibilities is too much. The problem is, no one's good enough to play Ekko. And then mid laners don't want to learn to play Ekko, even though Riot buffed his Q to be able to 1Q the wave. So that's sort of like where it stems from.
I feel like it's not as realistic. Well, I don't want to say it's not realistic to assume that an Ekko in lane or whatever is going to go like 0-0-0.
In competitive, why not?
In competitive, yeah. But
sure.
Like,
well, that's what Riot. I mean, that's what you asked me about. You asked me why I think Ekko's, or like me and Inspired think he's really broken.
Okay. So you're saying Ekko is extremely strong in competitive.
Yes.
What about solo queue?
Solo queue, I think, like, if you're Zhao Lao Bao or like whatever, I think he's crazy. I think abuses people, in like solo queues a chaotic environment. I think Ekko's going to be hurt by voice chat. I think the entire assassin class is likely going to get help in season 3 of this year. So like we're about to enter into season 2. I think voice chat's coming, right, in normals. And then probably in season 3, I would imagine that Ekko gets help as all assassins begin to plummet with like voice chat.
Maybe. Also, the Shalaban comment.
Yeah.
So if Shalaban, if he was dropping the same, I guess, concerns about the champion as I am, where he also believes that his damage just simply isn't high enough, does that argument coming from him holds more water, right?
No, that would okay, so interestingly enough, I talked about Froxen from Twitter.
Yeah.
He actually specifically said that to me, he said specifically that most pro players and streamers naturally don't understand game design and balance or like class design and whatever. So while what they can say about a champion has some value because of their expertise and their mastery, it doesn't necessarily mean that they understand what should be happening.
Yeah, agreed.
So when you mention to Xiao Lao Bao, it's kind of an appeal to authority, which is fallacious. You're saying like Xiao Lao Bao says it, or if he says all these same things, it's more reasonable, right? Even though like
no, I'm not saying I asked that. I just asked. Like,
okay. Well, like the original thing that really blew me up in the league scene was the war on Morello, right? Every single pro player in the world is building Morello and Omicron, even though I could demonstrate that they were wrong, like through math. I could prove that they were wrong. So if you then went and said, well, Chovy's building it, Faker's building it, right? Caps is building it. All the best players are building it. Doesn't that mean it's right? And it's like, no, it doesn't. And that's kind of my whole thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I try to
because but then that also so that goes into the initial point that you made where you were saying like emotions can be wrong or whatever because other people are saying, oh yeah, this person's building it, Faker's building it, but the math proves that is objectively not true.
Correct.
Even though they feel like it's correct.
Yes.
It's not the case.
Correct.
So their emotions can be incorrect.
Here, I will show you. I will.
LoL League is never that serious, bro. It is to us. Shut the hell up. Sorry, go ahead.
Here, I'll show you this. I'm gonna take a screenshot. So this is FlyQuest's pro ADC. Okay, this is a pro player and he's building collector. Right, these are messages from last year.
All right.
And he's like memeing that he built it, even though I can prove with math that it's wrong. Collector is probably the most common one that currently exists because collector is actually only good through a lens of arguably solo queue, and then in addition to that, very specific champions that have disproportionate AD ratios, and then also want the lethality, and then they'll follow up with Mortal Reminder, LDR, and then IE, etc. As like a first item. But like collector's another really big example.
Okay. Look, here's one thing that I'll say, because I feel like we're arguing two different points. You're saying that there's an objective truth, and that in regards to the balance and game design of this game, what I'm essentially expecting to get out of my champion is not realistic, nor is it the case at the moment.
Yes.
So simply deal with it. And that's fair. That's the objective truth. If anybody was saying the same shit that I'm saying, but if you took it to like an Urgot player or a Tryndamere player, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. That's not how it works, bro.
So
the point that I'm arguing, or not even arguing, just the stance that I'm taking is that it sucks as a main of a certain champion to see that like a fall off in damage.
Completely agree.
And maybe it's my emotions. Hey, maybe I'm an emotional piece of shit. Maybe all my emotions are wrong, but that's just the stance that I'm taking. I feel like that should be the case, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Okay.
So be it.
Do you remember how long have you been playing League?
Okay. I legit have started playing ranked in like season 14. Legit, like.
Okay.
I was playing I play like ARMs and like Flex like once a month with my friends since like season 8.
Okay.
Shit.
There was a point in time. Let me look this up when this was. Let me look this up. One second. Patch history. I'll give you an example, right? Because you're talking about your champion, so I'll talk about like one of my favorite ones. Okay. So there was a point in time where Malzahar's R had a 110% AP ratio, right? And then his Q had an 80%. Now it has 55%, right? This is even before the durability patch comes in. So these are all pre-durability patch. He used to have this. So R is now 80%, right? And then Q is now 55. Okay? Okay. So at one point in time, because of this AP, and AP items used to give a lot of AP, etc., Malzahar just used to be able to kill you with R from like 80%. Like almost just R. Like he would EWR and you're dead. Does that seem right?
Yeah, that shit sucked. It's like old Mordekaiser.
Okay, exactly. So now what Riot did is they gutted his ability to do that. And they made him more of like what he's intended to be, which is this long-range AoE silencer, has voidlings, he can cast while moving, or well, not like Syndra, but like he can provide a lot of AoE and like control, depending on how he itemizes. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm starting. Okay. Now I'm starting to see your point a little bit more.
Okay. Cool.
It's like,
great.
It's not just Ekko itself, or it's not just the champion of Ekko itself, but like it's also like you're saying that it's the time frame as well, because there was once upon a time where in the Mythic season, legit all damage was just higher.
Okay. Awesome. So all right. So we're getting so you played Classic WoW, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. Paladin fucking sucked, right?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And Boomkin wasn't viable in Classic.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Okay, you're starting to see it. Boomkin sucked. Paladin sucked. Why was a warrior dealing the highest DPS?
Because that shit was good. I don't really know.
Okay. So good. So as Riot continues to balance, this is why the patch notes continue to look the way that they do. It's because the game is actually exceptionally balanced, and it's really fucking hard. People don't give Riot enough credit for how crazily balanced the game actually is. And I don't think people realize how difficult that is to pull off.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to, because I agree, and then I'm trying to think that if there's a situation where it's like is an outlier, it's like
well, there are some things that do violate the game.
I guess it is quote unquote balanced, but I don't know. But it's like I don't know. To me, it seems like a.
Why do here? I'll take you through. So don't look at my Ivan post. I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? Because I want to try to help you see how this is not right. How much gold does support items typically cost, or enchanter items?
Like 2,200 ish.
Okay, 2,200, right? Roughly. Okay, yeah. And then support. What class has the least levels in the game? Support. Okay, so enchanters are typically seen support, which means that they don't see as many base levels as all the other champions in the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't get as many points in all of their abilities as other champions in the game, which means their per point scaling, right, is stronger. Per point scaling is stronger, and that's intended for the class because they're not supposed to have as many levels. So their reward is that they're given a little bit stronger per point scaling to make up for the fact that they're class. Okay, cool, great. So whenever Lulu and Karma and Seraphine go mid lane or top lane, what does Riot immediately do?
Fucking I don't know. I don't
They take away their damage.
I don't look at
Okay.
the patch notes.
Okay,
bro.
they
I look at
take
Ekko
away
on
their
the patch
damage.
notes, and if it's not there, I don't look. They got them, I'm assuming.
Yes, they got their wave
'Cause
clear.
I don't see them. All right. Cool.
Yes, they got their wave clear, and they pushed their damage back down to support, so that they're not allowed to be in mid and top lane. Okay.
Awesome.
So that's where all the enchanters. So Riot pushes them back bot. Okay. So how many enchanters exist currently in mid, top, or jungle? Like, if you can name me just off the top of your head, how many enchanters exist in those lanes?
Like Karma mid is play. Okay. Well, what do you mean like exists? Like it can be played, or is like actually
actually good? Right. Good.
I wouldn't. I don't know. I probably like some enchanter ADC, like Seraphine ADC or some shit.
No. In mid, top, or jungle.
Or mid, top, or jungle.
Yep.
Ivern jungle.
Ivern. Yep. What else?
That's like that's like Dope would be playing some Lulu top and Lulu mid and shit, but I wouldn't go as far as say it was like I don't think that's what you're looking for.
Okay. So there's also Taric, but people don't really play him. Taric jungle, yeah. So there's Taric jungle.
Light Rocket, bro. All right.
Yeah, Light Rocket. Unironically. So there's Taric and there's Ivern. So now these are both not really noticed. Now, okay. So if we know that the per point scaling is stronger and that enchanter items are 2200, enchanter items are at 2200 for what reason?
Because supports don't get as much gold as
Right, exactly. Yes. Supports don't get as much gold. Okay, correct. And in addition to not getting as much gold, the thing about this is because they can't get as much gold, the items, if you look at all of them, so if you go on like the LoL wiki, right, and I don't know, I'll tell you Forbidden Idol, right? You'll notice that like a lot of items, they have synergy with each other. Like the more that you get of a certain item, the more you start getting power. Okay. Gain 2% heal and shield power and 10 ability power for every additional 100 base mana region. Now, what class can't stack a lot of items? Support. Okay. So these items are not meant to be built in mass. They're not meant so that you can have 2 or 3. Like, early. So the power level of the items by themselves are actually disproportionate to assassin, tank, ADC, all the other items. It's disproportionately made to be stronger. And the logic is that it's a reward when you finally do finish it because you never get gold. So now
what you're saying is, if I can kind of just like kind of shorten this, because I feel like I get what you're saying. You're basically saying that like League is such a balanced game that like it's where everything is like they try to keep everything relatively equal in power, even though supports aren't getting as much gold, they're not getting as much items or whatever, yada yada yada. The skill points that they put in their abilities is higher to make up for that because they're not getting as many points in their abilities, and their items are cheaper. So it's more so it's a balance game. That's just that you're basically
it's a balance and
a balance.
The support items want to be paired with each other. Now, why can't you build the support items on Syndra or Ahri or Mel or Hui?
Because you're trying to blow people up, bro. You need damage.
Yes, they lack AP, right? But their AP that they do give is made up for in percent heal power. Heal and shield, right? Heal and shield power. Okay, so you don't have AP. So if you build those items, you can't kill the other person. So it doesn't matter. Because those champions, their AP ratios want them to have high AP items so that they can blow the person up. Okay, so now what happens if a champion can build these items, can get a lot of gold fast, and has some of the scariest per point scaling in the game?
It becomes cancer, bro.
It would be broken. It would violate the game.
I smell you.
So that's Ivern. He's the only champion that Riot doesn't keep in check because he exists in the jungle and it lets him skirt by. He's the only enchanter, along with Taric and arguably Karma. You were right that she can still be played, although it's less common. These are basically the two best enchanters that they're hidden. They're cloaked right now in the current game because they exist. Either Taric exists in his actual role of support, or you only have 1 or 2 people that specialize in him in jungle, like Taric, or Ivern gets to just remain hidden because he's such a low play rate And
say Ivan's that hidden. Okay.
Maybe not in NA. You guys have a lot of
maybe
Ivans.
I don't know.
In NA, there's a lot of Ivans. In Korea, China, etc., he's non-existent. He's one of the least played.
Yeah, like the mechanics and shit, bro. It's awesome.
Yes. So because of this champion kept getting buffed. And now he violates the game.
Yeah.
Because he goes against game design. That's how he violates the game.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, how would you fix Ivern then?
Ivern. So what Riot did is Ivern had 2 really clear weaknesses. He had zone control, so like Victor, Anivia, like these types of things, right? Things that can like make it so Daisy can't move or Ivern can't get close, right? Like things like that. And then the other thing that was really good against him was poke, because his E was 1 cast. He needed Moonstone to put it on 2 people, etc. Now what they did is Riot came in and they made his Q better. They made it so that allies get W, not just Ivern. So now it doesn't matter if Ivern's just hitting. Daisy AI got better. Then they gave E an auto refresh. So your shield reapplies, and if it reapplies, it reactivates whatever and support items that you have. So Riot did all these things. If Riot didn't do these things, and they nerf some of his ratios and stuff, he becomes much more balanced. But as is right now, the things that are supposed to beat Ivern, he can actually beat, or he can support with such great support the champions that beat what beats him. And
this
that
is what that one motherfucker was saying in my chat, talking about rock beats paper if rock is strong enough.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
I smell you now. Okay, yes. I smell you. Okay.
Cool. Great. So this is why Ivern violates the game. But he's not picked in pro, so he doesn't get nerfed.
So how would you fix? How would you make Ivern more balanced then? What's a healthy way?
Okay, remove the auto refresh. On E.
What would that do?
Yeah, just take away the auto refresh so that poke becomes better. Make it so there's a limit on number of champions that can take his Q. That would probably be another one.
That's actually gangster as fuck. God damn. Okay.
Lower his base damages on abilities.
Agreed.
What else? Lower Daisy's damage, and knock up, but make her tankier.
Low-key lower Daisy's speed, no? That bitch is fast as fuck.
Yep. Make Daisy's speed scale with rank. Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. Yeah, that was really good.
Aw, thank you.
Yeah, so exactly. So it's stuff like this.
LS got the patience of a monk for dealing with you. Am I that cancer? Be honest.
No. This is way better than most. Also, I feel like you're trying, so that like I feel like the conversation.
No, bro, I didn't come into here with like the intent to argue. I came in with like, this is my point. This is your point. What the fuck is going on? Like I didn't. Sure. That's what I came in. Another thing that I guess is making this a little bit more. I want to say it's not even aggressive, but like you're simply better at articulating your thoughts than I am. Because while you will say that Ivern has a rough time dealing with poke and zone control, and these are his strengths, etc.
Okay.
I resort to my vocabulary being, Ivern is fucking Hitler. This champion's broken, and we need to gut him. I can say that, right? Everyone says that.
I actually don't know. I'd appreciate if you didn't.
My fault.
Like at least when you're on the call with me.
I won't.
Okay.
I'll just say
I don't know the TOS on like that specific.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I take it back. But okay, I say this champion is cancer, right?
Okay. So I think that's totally fine. And
okay,
also,
I'm just not even gonna say shit. I say this champion is broken. Fair?
Sure, there you go. That's good. So
that's my vocabulary.
Sure, no, and that's fine because vocabulary ultimately exists as language is a means of communicating the ideas that are happening in our head with one another, and so we vibrate our vocal cords, and the other person's ears hear the vibrations, and then your brain translates those vibrations into words, and then ultimately images or text, however you process. And then
I imagine things.
That's how we're communicating. All that we're actually doing is we're just vibrating our vocal cords.
Do you think in images or do you think in words?
I think I see flurries of images that present almost like ink blots or like flying pieces of paper.
See, now if you were to ask me that question, I would just say pictures.
You think in words?
No, I think in pictures. But if you were to ask me that question, I would just be like pictures. I wouldn't go into a flurry of all these things. You can articulate your thoughts better, which is good.
Sure, and that's okay. That's why I'm trying to help you out. That's why I'm trying to. So if and I don't mean to be like demeaning with this comment. When a child, when a toddler, right, 4, 5, 6 years old, right, is very upset, right, they're like very angry, right. What do they do to express their anger?
They just start tweaking the fuck out.
Sure, they start yelling, or they have like a limited vocabulary. So what does the adult have to do to help them explain?
They gotta dumb it down, layman's terms.
Right, or try to go step by step and like ask questions. And there's nothing like wrong with being less equipped in terms of like vocabulary or something. That's why I'm trying to work through things with you, or like ask for metaphors or analogies like other games that might be able to draw upon and create different, I don't know, networks in your mind that might be able to help you see the points that I'm trying to make. So as an aside, because I actually thought of something as we were just saying this. So you played WoW. In Wrath of the Lich King, you know, there was a Shadowmourne. You remember that? Okay. So, you know, in Wrath of the Lich King PvP, there were the items that gave resilience or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It made it so that you could resist or like take less. Okay. Now, if at lower ratings, like non-pro ratings, arena, etc., you took Shadowmourne in full PvE gear into arena, what would happen to the enemy priest?
You're blowing this shit back.
You're annihilating them.
Yeah.
You're completely killing them. Okay. You, in this example of Ekko, built HP, lower AP, attack speed, and haste. You built resilience. You didn't build Shadowmourne.
All right, fair.
I think
that the whole point that I feel like what the point that I was making isn't necessarily the items that I have specifically. It's more of loading into an arena and enemy priest is for some reason level 11 while you are level 19 or some shit.
But he's not level 11. We know he's not level 11 because even in your clip, Pyke is a reasonable level relative to the game timer, and as a support, he's actually at a reasonable like state of the game. Yeah, he's now also.
I didn't think that he would be. I did not think that he would be as durable as he was.
Okay, so you're saying
it's not even him being durable, but it's me being not
okay. Fresh level 60 priest, right? Loads into the arena. Now you are not completely twinked out, right? You only have 3 items. You're not completely twinked. You have a couple of twink items, right? And you're a level 60 Death Knight, right? With 3 twink items with resilience, right? What the hell?
Were you good?
Oh my god, I typed that wrong. That's so weird. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so you're level 60 Death Knight with 3 twink items that have resilience on them, right? And you're saying that you want to insta pop the priest.
Yes.
But I don't think that would.
What?
You kind of did insta pop them because one more auto or one more spell cast, they are dead. Like you're not super twinked out. You're not. You built resilience items.
But the thing that I'm looking at more as opposed to the twink items on the Death Knight as opposed to and the priest just being completely fresh. What I'm looking at more or I'm putting more value on is the fact that one is a Death Knight and one is a priest.
Sure. One's a cloth wearer. Yes.
Yeah. That's where most of my that's where most of my emotions, I guess, is coming from. It's like I'm a Death Knight. It's a level 60 priest. I should be blowing this motherfucker shit backwards, bro.
Okay, so you said that you're a Death Knight, right? So what are you actually talking about?
oh, you're gonna hit me with some. Are you unholy or are you frost or what spec are
Well,
you into?
that's one option. Right. That's one option. So if you're spec tank, right? Should you be able to do it the same way Unholy does?
No. But what if you're unholy
right,
and you take some
right.
talent points into blood?
Blood versus Unholy, right? So you would want Unholy to do the insta bop.
Yeah, but you would go. But for example, you would mainly spec into Unholy, but you would also take a couple talent points into blood if there's like if there are some talents that's just like
okay,
fist,
right, sure. So you do almost instantly kill the priest, but you don't
Yo, they
quite.
found your Twitch on LS's chat. You're cooked. Oh, it's over.
So it's fine. Ignore chat. This is fine.
No, it's dead. No, we're dead. It's over.
Yeah. Okay. So Unholy. You put a couple of points though into blood, which you did here by going Dusk and Dawn instead of Storm Surge.
Yeah.
And so you still want to hit like a truck, but you don't have full PvE gear. Right? Now, the other thing about a Death Knight is, what is a Death Knight's strength in PvE?
Motherfuckers is tanky and lifesteal a lot, bro.
Tanky, lifesteal, etc. Right? Sure. Anti-magic, right? Or like we can say something like that. Okay. So now what happens if we say that it's Feral Druid?
What are they strong in PvE?
Well, they're not tanky, they're not lifesteal, etc. They're just tanked for pure glass cannon.
Yeah, they're like burst, dots. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Or let's say it's a pure Death Knight with Unholy, only Unholy, and no resilience, right? Like just PvE. They're gonna kill the priest.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's rename these. Let's rename the Blood Unholy Death Knight, etc., as Ekko, and then the Unholy with PvE items as, I don't know, like in your clip, Elise.
I feel like we're going too much into the Elise thing because that shit was just.
But they're sure. But they're the same.
I'm getting your
same
point
classes.
Now, though.
Okay.
Well, I'm not getting your point now. I got your point before. I guess. Yeah. All right. You know what? Fair.
They're the same class.
Because you know, it was like, okay, I was operating off of emotion, feeling. I feel like my champion should one shot this, etc. And then you got into the math and shit, and you got objective. And I'm not gonna be like that one. Ain't no Morello situation over here. All right. Fair play.
Okay. Do you remember a couple of years ago, Gore Drinker?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the biggest problem with Gore Drinker for champions like Kiana, Talon, etc.?
It was better than their assassin alternative.
Yes, and why was it better?
I don't remember. Was it the active or what?
No.
It wasn't the active, was it?
No, it allowed them to be Unholy and Blood.
Oh, it didn't affect their damage. Yeah, okay.
It didn't affect their damage, but it made them a different class. That was why Gore Drinker was fundamentally broken, and that's why it allowed the assassins to exist. Because it allowed them to spec into 2 trees instead of 1. So the champions that were supposed to go Unholy and just glass cannon you, now were suddenly Unholy and Blood. That's why it was imbalanced.
Okay, so you're saying that at the beginning of the season, when Dusk and Dawn initially got introduced, Ekko was Unholy and Blood. And then that's where they nerfed it, and then now
yes, exactly. Yes, because of game design. Yes.
And then I'm speccing into Blood.
So you could still have killed Pike.
Nerfed it. If I went full Unholy, I kill Pike. But since I'm still going to old. Okay,
yes, exactly. Yes.
Bro, pop the fucking champagne, yo! God bless America, bro.
Dude, we got there. We got there. All right, cool.
I mean, I guess that's just the case. I mean, yeah.
I understand. I totally understand liking a champion. Loving a champion.
It's like, yeah, sorry. It's like, I would just like lost my train of thought.
So here, I'll give you an example.
I lost it immediately.
Okay. I'll give you an example on one of my own like favorite champions. Okay. So one of my own is Mal's, right? Malzahar.
Dude, you got a weird champion. Malzahar, Ivern. I saw you play Alawi mid today, bro. Yeah,
I just play champions that I have like a emotional. Like, I like something about it. Like, it makes me... I just play champions. I don't play roles.
Exactly. That's why I play Ekko mid, not jungle.
Sure. Okay, good. Cool. So Malzahar, what is his like? If you were to play Malzahar in competitive, what should be his build in mass majority of cases?
We shouldn't lock him in competitive, no?
Well, in competitive, he can come in as a counter pick, but I do agree with you. He's actually in a pretty bad state. Yes.
I play one champion, so I don't know.
Okay. So it's Blackfire Torch, right? Blackfire Torch, Rylai's, and then Leandris, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this lets him do the AOE. It makes his E like way stronger, and then he provides slow and utility. Like this is his competitive build, right? But in solo queue, if you want to try to take the games into your own hands, and you want to instantly nuke someone, you can go Unholy Malzahar, right? And you can go Malignance, and then Shadow Flame, and then, whatever else, Storm Surge, right? And what this does is your entire gameplay is about EWQRing and doing the E resets.
Yeah.
So this makes you short range, it makes you glass cannon, but against different MR values, you have really high lethal thresholds, single target. Now, if you try to do a spacing in a team fight, and you landed a 3-man queue, there's no slows, there's no Leandris burning everything, and your damage is way less.
You're worthless.
Yeah. You're worthless, exactly. So there's a solo queue. Now, this is just like your Ekko.
Solo queue, you get to go the unholy build and burst noobs. But
yes,
that shit
correct.
Okay, yeah,
and in competitive, you have to go Blackfire, Rylai's, Leandris, the same way that maybe, or in competitive, Ekko would go Dusk and Dawn or something. Whereas in solo queue, what's up?
I feel like since you've hit me with so many examples and you had to dumb it down a good amount, and it took this long, even though I got the point pretty early on, but since I kept getting hit with these examples, I feel like I'm not gonna say it because you said it could be TOS. Never mind.
Well, I'm autistic. I mean, I am. I don't know.
Do I have the pass?
You got the pass, yeah.
I see. I appear to be significantly more retarded than I am.
That's totally fine.
Okay.
Most people don't actually know a lot about the game, and just because someone's challenger doesn't actually know that they mean a lot. Really, what's going on if
I
you're
gotta
challenger,
ask you some questions.
Sure.
About like, while I have you, I feel like this is a good opportunity to start at. This is like, I got a 5-minute conversation with Einstein and shit. So I'm gonna take advantage of this. So what do you think? What should I build then in solo queue on Ekko? Not competitive, in solo queue.
From my understanding of Ekko, where do you live in NA? Or just give me how much ping do you have? Sorry.
40.
Okay, 40. Okay, that's an so the reason that I ask is because
I used to have 18. Shit's fucked up.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
If you're at significantly lower ping than other people, you got to understand that a majority of the server, minus pros, actually play on lower ping, right? And then depending on your lobbies, they actually have higher ping, which means they can react slower. Just like naturally, right? So if you were like living dead on top of Chicago and you had, 6 ping, you can get away with some things that might otherwise the opponent maybe reacted. Like just as an aside.
I smell you.
In solo queue, because there's a lack of coordination and you can just completely take over the game, you should play for the one-shots and the fact that you know your champion's thresholds better than everyone else in the game. You shouldn't play the game that they know. You should play the game that you know. And when you can strip them... Yeah,
that's why Dusk and Dawn, Shadow Flame on Ekko or whatever, used to be like... That's why it wasn't healthy for the game, but I do feel like it was not as broken at the beginning of the season as people made it out to be. And a lot of it was because of that surprise factor of like, what the fuck is this?
Sure. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Right? Yep. And you're saying that like in solo queue, people aren't like, you go solo queue and you got noobs on the enemy team and they're going to be like, they're not going to expect it, or they may not have the ping to react to certain things. So just play for the one shot. What you're saying, right?
Yes. Also, I just looked at the nerf to Dusk and Dawn. So it actually only it lost 25% base AD. So actually, like, it didn't lose anything.
It's not that big. It's not that big of a nerf.
Right.
It's more when they nerf his passive, Ekko passive. But I just say I just bring it up in like combined, I guess.
Yep. Well, combined,
but,
so we can actually run a number and we can get an answer, right? Like,
wow. Okay.
I can run the number for you really fast.
Holy shit! All right.
What was the patch history for Ekko? Okay, so 10% AP. So they removed 10% AP from Z Drive Resonance. And then they actually so even though they removed 10% AP from Z Drive Resonance, they actually gave Ekko 10 base damage on his Q in the past. So okay, so they removed 10% AP. How much AP do you have in the clip?
I think like 500 and some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, you have 500. Okay, so you lost 57. Plus you lost 25.1. So you lost 25.1 plus 57. So you lost 70 mixed damage, and then it would go through resistances. It goes to hit Pike. Pike takes 35% reduced. So even 35% reduced. You would end up adding. You would end up adding
0 bonus MR.
Yeah, I mean, it still would not have been enough to kill him.
Really?
Yep. Because it has to go through the resistances.
All right, you gave me the pass, so I'm gonna go ahead and say this.
So he was left at 360, and ultimately like what you're getting after all of it, because also he has almost double the armor than he has MR. You would probably have added, I'm gonna guess, post mitigation, about like 60 damage.
I'm not even gonna try and argue that shit, bro, because you 100%. Bro, you gave me the pass, so I'm gonna go ahead and say it, bro, and you can take this however way you want it. This is autism of unheard of levels, and it's low-key impressive. It's not even low-key. That shit's impressive as fuck. So I'm just gonna take your word for it. I'm not even trying to fight it and be like, oh my god, what? I don't believe it. All right, I lost 60 damage. So be it.
Okay. Well,
that's fair.
Like, sure. When you or other people have questions, they typically go to the pros. When the pros have questions, they go to me.
See, bro.
But when the regular people talk about me, I'm the retard. Yeah. You get that triangle?
I get
that?
The triangle. I like that shit.
You like that, right? That makes a lot of sense.
I gotta refer to some bums in my chat really quickly, so I'm sorry about this. Y'all motherfuckers are afraid of learning. Talking about you're getting cooked in this call. Motherfucker, I went to Einstein and I had Einstein call me a retard, bro. I'm brave as fuck. Fuck is y'all talking about? This shit was productive as hell. Okay, also, we didn't get to the items.
Sure, you can ask other questions if you want.
What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think we should build on Ekko then? Just go for the straight one shot.
Yeah, go for the straight one shot. So play with Lichbane. Not.
Would that be Storm Surge or Lichbane?
So that's a math equation. Depending on your current items, and then you look at the opponent's magic resistance, and then you ask yourself what your AP is going to be when you have Lichbane. And so, depending on what the game is and what your base levels are, because your base level Z Drive Resonance also gains base damage. So when the base damage keeps going up, even if your AP isn't, magic penetration becomes better, right? And like the base damages. So if you don't have a whole lot of,
I got distracted. You said what?
Oh, sure. Okay. So
go back like 15 seconds.
Sure. Okay. So like, let's say that your passive keeps going up and it keeps doing more damage, right? But your AP is just staying like low. You're not getting a lot of gold. You're not getting like a lot of value, right? Let's say you have like 170 AP, okay? But your passive's really high, and then your base damages, right? You have 5 points in Q, and then you have like 5 points E, something like that, right? In this scenario, right, Lichbane is going to do X, and then your base damages are going to do Y, right? So in this, you take a look at the base damages, and then you can conclude that the magic penetration will deal more damage than Lichbane, or like something like that, depending on what your items are.
Can you take it a step further and draw pictures for me, bro?
Sure. Rather than draw pictures, I'll just show you. What runes do you go on Ekko? First Strike?
Hail of Blades, Sudden Impact, Grizzly or whatever, and then Relentless Hunter, and then if you're going early game, Absolute Focus and Scorch.
Sudden Impact, sure, yeah, and then if you're going early game, then what?
Absolute Focus and Scorch.
Okay, do you know that at 10 minutes, Gathering Storm outdamages Scorch?
I said this! I've been saying this! I swear to fuck, I've been saying this, you motherfuckers! Oh my fucking god! Okay. I'm sorry, no. But
also,
I knew this, I've been known this!
Are you playing with Ignite, or are you playing with, like...
I go TP, but if you want, like, I don't know.
Okay, so at 10 minutes,
if I go Gathering, I go
Storm...
TP.
Okay, so if you go... so if you go Gathering, then, yes, you go TP, but at 10 minutes, the AP that you get from Gathering Storm will outdamage... It'll chase Scorch if you keep hitting. And then at 20 minutes, it's not even close.
I've been saying this. That's why in the clip I have Gathering. These motherfuckers on EU West have been hitting me with some bullshit.
Unless I like really don't know
Scorches.
Ekko's AP ratios or like something. You have 90%.
I hope you do, because then that means that I'm right.
Also, you get more shield. Bonus magic damage is 40. So, hold on. Alright, let's see here. So you get 7.2 on your Q.
Are you doing the math on your stream right now on Twitch?
Well, yeah, I'm going to do some stuff for you. I'm going to do the same stuff I do for pros. So you get 7.2, and then you get 6.4. So, okay, so you get 14, and then... Oop, shit. And then you get 18. So you get roughly 18 on a basic combo. You get 18 on a basic combo. And Scorch, at 10 minutes, what's your level going to be? 9 or something? Scorch is probably going to be, I would assume, probably gets like, what, 1 point something per level? So Scorch would be doing about 30, and Gathering Storm, or yeah, Scorch would be doing about 30, and Gathering Storm is dealing like 18, 19. But that's assuming that you don't hit anything else, like you don't cast another Q or you don't cast another E.
Yeah, that's just proccing Q damage or whatever.
Right, exactly. Also, it's not factoring in if you AOE.
Yeah.
All right, give me a second.
Don't put an R. Oh, you put a point in your R. I was gonna say put a point in your R. Or don't put a point in your R.
Oh, so the other thing about this, by the way, is that you should only ever put 1 point in R on Ekko. That's actually so. I the other day I streamed for 17 hours and I read the entire League of Legends Wikipedia, and I read every single champion. I read items, etc.
Oh wait.
And I made notes.
Run that by me again, please. Wait, say that again. Say that one more time.
The other day I streamed for 17 hours reading the entire LoL wiki and items.
Holy shit.
And I made notes on all the champions. But if you look at Ekko, right, even with 0 ability haste and 0, like, I have it open on my screen, right? You can see?
Yeah, I'm looking. I see.
Okay. The healing we can agree is fake, right? You get 50 base healing.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fake. At level 11, that is 1/3 of an auto attack. That is super low. Okay, the cooldown goes down 30 seconds. Yeah. Without any ability haste. And the damage goes up 150, right? Now, how many times do you hit more than one person with R? Or sometimes, how many times do you even hit R?
Depend on if you're good at Ekko, you'll be landing it. Like you hide the trail and shit, and then you fucking level it up at level 11. And if you play for it, sometimes I guess I don't know.
Okay, so it's
dry, I guess.
Okay, so it's 150 increased damage, right? Now, for instance, let's say that you do 4 E's inside of a fight instead of that second point in R. The 4 E's did 100 damage because the base point scaling of 25, right? But then in addition to that, your E comes up sooner by half a second. So you can weave more E's in between the duration of the ultimate cooldown, because especially when you have ability haste, your R is up once every fight anyway. Every single time it'll always be up. Because there's a really funny number breakpoint for most champion ultimates that are conditional ultimates. And if they're conditional ultimates, typically the number is about 100 to like 115. And what that means is that if it's a conditional ultimate, it means that conditions need to be met for you to cast it, like Shen, right? That would be a conditional ultimate. Or like Nocturne. They have to be in range to be able to get Ard, etc. So typically what ends up happening in games, and maybe if you play a lot of games today, just do this. Only put one point in R, and then keep track of how often it's up for the fights, right? Like pay attention to how often it just keeps being up.
I guess so, but there's also like that's interesting. Like that's interesting and funny, but there are some times where it's like there are some times where you would say like you would base and you would R back or something like that, and the cooldown for that would be, I guess,
it'd be 30 seconds. Well, what's your items again? Sorry.
Cooldown for that? Well, it depends. What do you want? Glass cannon or what?
Yeah, glass cannon. Just give me 2 items. What would be your first 2?
Most damage, Lich Shadow Flame. Bro, low key get.
Well, it's technically not the most damage, because if you're going for the assassination, Shadow Flame is actually not the most damage.
Really? Wait, what?
Yeah, because you can't proc Cinderbloom. So Ekko's ratios are actually not super high. So yeah. Shadow Flame gives 110 AP, right? But you don't see all 110.
Yeah, you don't usually. I mean, like, yeah, that's the thing with like Ekko playstyle.
Here, all right. So here, let me show you. Do you go Sorkpen boots?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You want more most damage, right?
Yep. All right. Hold on. So boom, and then I will go and I will add. Oh, bye. All right. Maximum health. Boom, boom. Let's do mid game. Let's do mid game. Let's do 1600, and then let's add some resistances. Who do you want me to be hitting?
Give me 1 second. I gotta. There's something interesting here. Okay, I don't want this to go on for too long.
Sure.
Right, but I got another individual who plays Ekko, and this guy is fucking stupid, and he is begging to get into the call.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Do I add him? Because
Adam right after this. Adam right after this. I just want to show you something.
Okay.
So who do you want to be hitting? Tell me a champion.
Shit, I don't know. Fuck, you gave me too many options. I don't know. Orianna.
Okay, Orianna.
No, Orianna's not good because she's gonna have Seraphs. Just pull Pike. Just do Pike.
Well, Pike's not real. Imagine you're hitting a real target.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna give you Orianna. Okay.
All right. Fair. But Orianna's good. They go bone plating and they have Seraphs and Roa and shit.
Yep. All right. So 38, and then let's also 38, 44. Okay, so she has 45, and then so 45, and then Mercury treads, Merc treads, 20, and we give her chain laced crushers, so she'd actually get 30. Then she'd have a shield. All right, so we're gonna give her 80, because that would be pretty similar to what she would have. Okay.
All right. Fucked up, bro. All right.
All right. So she has 80. Okay. And then, all right. So she would have a shield. So we're gonna give her the shield for free. Kind of. We're gonna give her 100 HP instead of what the shield would be. And then she has 1800 HP actually. Holy shit.
I feel like you're genuinely gonna do this, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Also, why didn't you just? Oh wait, you're in Korea, right?
Yeah. Oh, and then she would have HP from runes. So we're gonna do that, and then that. Okay. All right, so let's say this is Orianna, right, without Seraphs. So, okay, so 959, okay, is the damage that we did there.
But just looking at that by itself, just in my eyes, maybe I'm skewed or something, but that shit looked pathetic, and that shit made me
Sure,
mad.
no, absolutely. I'm just doing all the abilities out. Like, what else do you want me to do?
All right, I'm just saying, like, that damage is fucked up, but all right.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So let's say that instead of that, you have Void.
Void second. All right.
I'll take real enemies and fake friends any day.
Deals more damage.
Did you put in an extra? Did you put in?
Did I put in an extra auto? Hold on. So it was 9.
One?
Hold on. Oh fuck! I don't have hail. Hold on. I don't have hail. Sorry.
Imagine a world where no one is friends.
Did I miss an auto? Alright. Let me do the same thing I just did, where I Q first. Hails up. Okay, yeah, it's less. It's less by a very negligible amount, but it is less.
Yeah.
It's ever so slightly less. So if you're hitting like bruiser supports,
wait, you should complete boots, no? 'Cause you're level 11. Your roll quest is done by now, no?
I don't know how to. Yeah, right. But she also doesn't have the shield, and we didn't give her. Like, I can't completely simulate it. You know what I mean?
Oh wait, you took.
There's also a chance that the math on this is like very, very, very close, right? But as she continues to level up, she will get more magic resistance, and then she'll get more points in ball, and that's going to give her more resist too. In which case, Void will do more up front. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Also, another thing that I wanted to say, one thing that I wanted to say or bring up as well is this: like, if you go
666
belt. Oh yeah.
Yep. All right. Go ahead.
Ideally, I prefer going belt first and then death cap second.
No life better than mine.
Is that
Belt
dog shit, yes or
first.
no?
Yeah,
because I feel like the utility that you get from belt, being able to belt into W or to dash out and all that shit, it's worth it. And also, you do a fuck ton of damage.
What's that example? It did considerably more. So in that example, it did more. Belt into death cap. So the thing about Ekko is he doesn't. The question that you're asking yourself. Let me get Pike, or let me get this. Okay. So because his AP ratios are what they are. So he has 80% on passive, and then he has 90% if he hits both Qs, then he has 40%. Okay. So here you're getting 210% AP on a full combo. That's what you're doing. So 210% equals X, right? X would be whatever the number is. And then the opponent's HP equals Y. So you need to calculate if 210 in a practical, or like pragmatic way, meaning like assuming that it's reasonable or that it's likely to happen or this is realistic, right? Like it's a predicted outcome or yeah. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense, and I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Okay, so ultimately what you're determining is, let's say this number is 400, right? For whatever reason.
What's the number? X or what?
Let's say like you have 400 damage that Rocket Belt Death Cap would add, right? And then let's say that the opponent's HP is 1700, right? You still need 5 rotations to kill them. So even if your thing only did 300 damage as opposed to 400,
that's just in and of itself though. Like, that's not taking into account like W passive on like low speed targets and shit like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But this is so when you asked me the question, it's not a simple answer. It's a calculation. It's a formula.
Okay, because the way that I do it is I go into practice tool and I just buy the items and I hit a dummy and then I see if the number's bigger or not.
Okay. That's one way. That's one way of measuring damage. Right. That's one way of measuring damage. But then you have to go a step further and ask, is it practical? So at maybe the highest levels or something, do you need the movement speed, say, from Lichbane or the movement speed from like Storm Surge or like something like that, right? In order to be slippery enough to get a combo off versus like high enough level players. Things like that. That's what becomes the question.
Right. In my eyes,
yep.
I feel like in my eyes, the synergy or like being able to play Ekko with Belt is like it's just I feel like it allows for more outplay potential, it allows for more opportunities as opposed to just just one-shotting damage. So you play high level games, you play like Challenger, etc.
Let me do this. Right?
You're not
2000 HP.
People.
2000 HP, 45 MR, 45 MR, right? And then let's say that there's 5000 HP and 100 MR, right? Then third example, last one. Let's say there's 5000 HP, and then let's say that there's I don't know, 65 MR, right? You are Xerath. Okay, you're Xerath in this example, right?
Mhm.
What item is better to build? Void Staff versus Shadow Flame. And your role in the team composition is to poke the opponent. You're supposed to poke them. You're not clean up. Your teammates aren't engage, right? They're not like Scion or like Malphite, and they're engaging, and you're following up, and the ADC isn't Callista throwing the support in, or like Nautilus engaging, etc. You're trying to poke. Like your only goal is to poke. So in this case, in option 1, or in option A, what is the best item, Void or Shadow Flame?
Shadow Flame.
Correct. Why?
Because their MR is low enough and their HP is low enough, and you would be cleaning up.
Yes, you
Like,
would get
more
them.
opportunities for you to clean up with Shadow Flame passive.
Right. Okay. Okay. So in option 2, what would it be?
Void.
Yes. Okay. And now option 3.
Fucking I don't know. Void. Void.
It is Void. Why would it be Void?
I'd still say Void.
Yep. Why would it be Void?
See, bro, I'm a very like intuition-based person and a visual learner, and I just see 5,000 HP, 65, and my brain automatically just goes to Void, and I'm not able to articulate it.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's say that we, let's say that you deal 1,200 damage to the first guy. What ends up happening?
They're within Shadow Flame passive.
They're within Shadow Flame. Okay. You do 1,200 damage to the second guy. What ends up happening?
He's like fucking still full health.
Still not Shadow Flame. Still not Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
Okay. And in the next example, you do 1,200.
Yeah, you do 1,200.
Yep. It's still not Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
Okay. So now there might be some situations though where your teammates might also poke, or they might follow up, and then you start to ask more questions, because if your teammates, so if this 1,200 becomes plus X, which is your teammates, it might trigger Shadow Flame on the second like hit or something, right?
So you're saying, yeah. So if I can assume, and maybe it's I assume, you're basically saying that Shadow Flame is better in circumstances where obviously it's realistic for people to be within Shadow Flame range.
Exactly. Yes.
As opposed,
or if their MR is low enough to where Void, so Void pens 40% of 45, right?
I don't know what that is.
16.
Can you calculate? Fucking hell, bro! All right.
16.2.
You just know that off? Do you know that off rip, or did you just fucking?
I just did it. I might be wrong.
Calculator or head?
Wait, let me check. Hold on. Oh, it's 18. Sorry, did it wrong. What the fuck?
Did you use your finger?
Okay. The point. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, so it's 18. That's what Void would do. So actually, on the first hit, Void technically would. Depending on your AP ratios, Void would actually do more on the first hit, but not on the second hit.
Okay. So you're saying that, okay, so in the initial clip versus the Pike, if I didn't even have Shadow Flame and I had Void Staff,
right?
do I kill?
Yeah, okay. Never mind. Sorry. The blocks weren't building in my head. Okay. What?
So if I didn't even have Shadow Flame and I had Void instead.
Yep.
In the first
it wouldn't even be that bad. Yeah, it wouldn't even be that bad. Because you're getting 3 more M-Pen, even against 45 MR, you're getting 3 more M-Pen. So then the conversation becomes...
kill or no?
Well, let's say... All right, so the AP difference between Void and Shadow Flame is 20, right?
Yeah.
So 20 would mean that your passive does 16 more pre-mitigation, and then... shit. What the fuck? This just broke. Sorry. Oh.
Yo, I got.
Okay, so passive would deal 16 more, and then passive deals 16 more. Q deals 19 more, and then your E would deal 8 more. So
yeah,
it would deal a slight amount more. Now that's on this champion with these AP ratios.
Okay. Yeah, I
Also,
got.
you
I
get the 3 independent.
absolutely have to. I absolutely have to like. If there's ever been a point to bring this individual in the call, it's right now because he's damn near
Sure, sure.
foaming out the mouth.
Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, this is gonna be gangster as fuck. All right, give me a sec.
Oh yeah, bye.
My heads are held high, but my feet are on the ground.
Wait, what did that mean?
Yeah, but
Korean.
it's Korean slang for fuck.
Bro, you know I'd be ripping the Shiba booyah 100 Shiba. I be ripping that shit all the time, bro.
That's good. There you go. Here, I'll
Max,
give you.
do I
I'll
even
give you.
have
I'll
you
give
added
you.
on
I'll give you
Discord?
a word that's not retard, and you can use it. Okay.
Is it a Korean word or an English word?
It's a Korean word.
Okay.
All right. Byung. Byung.
Is that the whole word or is that first?
No,
the
no, no.
first part
That's
of
the
it?
first. That's the first syllable. Byung.
Byung.
Byung. Byung. Ng at the end.
Byung NG.
Byung Shin.
Byung Shin.
Byung Shin. That means That means the R word in Korean. Yeah.
Which R word?
The one that you've been using.
The mentally disabled one.
Yes. Correct.
Byung Shin.
Yes.
Ah, that's fucking gangster. All right. Yo, Max, add me on Discord, bro. Let me get you in here. Dude, this guy is like a fucking psychopath when it comes to like just league numbers and shit. It's like damn near concerning, to be honest. Y'all would get along. It'd be awesome. Oh my god, I have so many fucking questions. Okay, I'm gonna make a group call. All right.
Sure.
All right.
I don't know who this is. Hello?
Oh.
Who is this?
Okay, so what I want to talk about is
Sure.
Shadowflame, because I think when you read the LOL wiki read through,
Yeah.
by the way, I can hear myself 2 times. I'm not sure why.
Oh, it's because do I have my stream? No, I don't. That's weird. I don't know why.
Maybe it's because of Abdi, but yeah, I mean, if you look at Ekko's W and you go to details, and I think this is something that most people, even that play Ekko, don't know. I talked to a lot of Ekko 1 chicks that were very, very surprised when Shadowflame came out about like some of the damage they were doing sometimes and how inconsistent it was. And it's because of this. It's
Yo,
if
can you
you
turn on
read
your stream
it,
again, LS?
Huh?
I can.
Can you turn on your Discord stream again, LS?
Yeah. I got that.
You
Yep.
can go to the LOL wiki and go to details on the W.
Yeah.
Then
It
you
has
will,
the
see-
passive active on hit. Yep.
No, not that.
What?
That everyone knows. So if you go to details, it says the passive proc will, with the attack that triggers the final stack of resonance, so the actual Ekko passive, if it reduces a health target below the 30% threshold, will proc the W passive as well. So let's say you are 40% health, but you proc your 3-hit passive, right? And it brings them below 30% health. Then it will also proc the W passive, right? Okay, so far so good. But what that means for Shadowflame is that it also procs the 40% Cinder Bloom, even though usually, if let's say a target is at 41% health and you damage them, it will not proc the Cinder Bloom, right? But with Ekko,
Wait, hold on.
it's not.
Can I
what
pause really
occurs.
quick? I'm on his
Yes.
wiki. Where do I click?
Yes. Just go to details, like parallel convergence, details, and then the first sentence.
There's no first sentence. Or what do you mean?
There is, so that go details. There's
I clicked.
height and then details. You are on the queue details. You need to go on below.
Oh, sorry. That was the above one. Oh, that's weird. That's not intuitive.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a proc
not intuitive.
attack that triggers the final stack of resonance. If it the passive will proc with the attack. Ekko can detonate the expansion even while untargetable, chronobreak, but not if he's resurrecting. Okay.
Yeah, so what this does, combined with Dusk and Dawn, is that it procs this twice as well. So the W passive gets proc twice, and the Shadow Flame crit gets proc twice. And what that means is that with Shadow Flame specifically, especially because Ekko is like not a true assassin anymore in the sense that he you flank and one-shot someone and whatever, but more you're like a cleanup champion. This is extreme amount of damage, especially against like higher health targets. And you will see this if you watch like 610 stream a lot. I'm not sure if Abdi mentioned him to you, but he's like the highest rated Ekko player right now. In EU and like the world in general.
Sure.
And the way he plays fights is just like being cleanup. And if the Mundo is like there and he has 30% health or 40% health, you one-shot him literally with because the Shadow Flame and Dusk and Dawn and W passive proc twice with this. So I think this is a very
185. What's the build that you would have at that point?
You would have, I mean, depends on what, but usually like the core build of Ekko that pretty much everyone goes is Dusk and Dawn into Shadow Flame. Right now.
Okay, Dusk and Dawn Shadow Flame. So that would leave you at 185 AP. So you'd end up 8% of the target's missing health twice. Deals bonus damage equal to, so it would go off twice. So if Mundo is missing, 3,000 HP, he would eat 8% roughly, and then he'd take that damage, and then he would eat another 8%.
Yeah,
right?
per thousand.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Depends on how much
that's what
HP he has, but
right. And then so the 8% would get amplified by Shadow Flame to crit. So it would crit. Your magic and true damage will critically strike for 120% damage. So it'll add 20% to. So it'll actually make the 8% roughly become 10%. So it'll be 10% of their missing health. So if they're at 3,000, they'll take, or 3,000 missing or something like that, big tank. Then they take a big hit, and then Cinder Bloom is activated, and then it adds another 20% damage. So the 8 would go up to like 10.
I mean,
so if they're missing 4,000 HP at that point, then it would make it add 400.
I think I've seen bigger numbers than that, but I didn't do the math. I'm not even sure if that's how the calculation works. But the
I mean, that's still quite a bit. That's still quite a lot on a tank. Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's really big.
Most tanks.
Yeah.
Like, and you also have to consider, like, with the void stuff argument and Xerath, right? As Ekko, you're almost never, like, I can't remember the last time I hit a full HP target. I like a tank full HP target. So, in a practical sense, I'm pretty sure what this just means is that against tankier targets, even though you're not really want to hit them, but if you do hit them, you hit them when they're in your W threshold. It has to just do more damage than Void, which is what you were arguing. And against the Pike clip, because I'm pretty sure that's what got us all in here, right? I'm pretty sure that the Dusk and Dawn and W Shadow Flame passive also procced. So because he got under, like he lives on 10% or something like that. So it didn't proc the full W damage, but it still did proc. So
yeah, the initial combo doesn't see it because he doesn't drop below in the clip.
Yeah, but that is not like that doesn't mean that it didn't proc, right? Because as I said,
sure. So he's
yeah.
He's at okay. So Pike needs to be at 750 HP for Cinderbloom to proc.
I mean, if let's say if he's like 1.8k HP and the passive would do, just hypothetically, not like the damage that would bring him below 30%, then he could be full HP and the Cinder Bloom would proc as well. So you cannot really say that.
Well, right here it doesn't proc. He's still not in that range.
But did he get below it with the E passive?
Now it would proc. Or, well, proc on this, I guess.
Go back.
Yep.
It's really close.
It's very, very close. I understand what you're saying, yeah. The thought experiment that I was doing with him with Xerath was just a thought experiment. I agree with you that, yes, you're absolutely right, that usually Xerath is never just solo isolated, pure poking by himself and he's the only barrage or like something like that. Void Staff is typically used on like certain mages, etc., when they want as much upfront damage as possible, like the front loading.
Yeah, but Ekko's front-loaded damage this season is dog shit because he gets Balancer and Dusk and Dawn, so you might as well play around that, right?
Sure. I was just, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something, by the way, because I saw a clip and I discussed it with Vega V2 as well, because I talk to him quite often, and you were saying in one instance in draft, I think it was last season, where Azir was really meta, and you advocated for Ekko getting picked against him because you thought that it's a good matchup. So it used to be a really good matchup, right? I'm wondering if you still think it is, because and I would like to hear your reasoning, because I think you're completely wrong right now that it is.
Well, I think we'd be talking about two different environments. We'd be talking about competitive and solo queue, so I don't know through what lens we're looking at it. The other thing about Ekko being pickable is also because like he has flex.
Yeah.
Hello?
But you were talking about Ekko into Azir specifically, right? That's what I was wondering, because if you like Leader, for example, picked it in LEC as well. Not sure if you saw that game, but I think no matter the execution, I think that game highlighted a lot of issues that Ekko has against Azir in competitive right now. After like Azir got changed to be a W max, and after tier 3 mercs got introduced, and
what was the match?
Ekko's power curve. It was SK against KC, I think. I mean, I did a
SK versus KC Ekko.
Yeah, I mean, Leader didn't play the game too well, but I think like what I mean, I just want to ask you first what you think, because you were saying things like Ekko outscaling Azir, for example, and that used to be the case, but I mean, it's just not the case anymore. And I would really like to know why you thought that.
So scaling, I think, is we would have to establish definitions for like the words, right? I think Ekko in a draft where Azir at that point in time, again, I don't know what time frame we're referencing specifically, but I think that's fine. I can try to work with it. So Azir was being mostly just blind picked as like a vacuum isolation mage for the most part, and he was just being played to be played, etc. Ekko, so scaling, especially League of Legends, I think this is a really big problem with co-streamers, casters, Riot in general, etc. The word scaling does not mean is good late game or is good mid game or anything. It's a relative term. If someone goes to 8, you go to 10. If someone goes to 3 and you go to 4, right? You're scaling more. Ekko, I think, in competitive, with the way that the game was at that point, not only was his items and ability to play the lane, because like in practice, when we did some stuff in isolation and like 1v1s or whatever, Ekko can really avoid a lot of key parts of Azir's lane. And that's just because of the time winder and everything. But then, as an aside from that, Ekko's value, I would argue, is higher at key points where the dragon stacking was still really, really, really important. I would actually probably say that the longer that the game ends up going, Azir would actually outscale Ekko in a pure vacuum of like the champion. But I think in terms of how the game operates and options and opportunities that exist, etc., why you would pick Ekko, etc., I think that he would outscale him in the same way that like a lot of people will say that certain ADCs or mages outscale their counterpart unless they add the caveat of, unless they go to 5 items or unless they go to 6 items or something like that. Yeah. I'm trying to find the VOD. I cannot find the VOD.
I found it.
Oh, did you link it?
I posted it. Yeah, I linked it in the thing. So you wanted, or you imagined Ekko to get picked on 3 here instead of Talia.
Let me see.
I think that was the case.
Uh,
And
I
while
this
you
is-
do that, I would I would
I
argue
can't
about something else.
listen.
With
I
this.
mean, I can listen to the clip.
Oh.
Do you know what my exact phrasing
Yes.
is?
Yeah, let me deafen, and I will rephrase it.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
What were we talking about before we got this guy in here?
I was just giving you like thought experiments, pretty much.
Okay, okay, bro. The more you say thought experiments, it's like I'm a preschooler and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Either
no, no,
way,
no. That's not
so
void
necessarily
staff-
what it
so
means.
void staff is okay. All right, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you're saying is if they be one virus and then they go like they're Azir, Trundle, Sion, and then you do Echo plus X, then you Giga outscale Azir and Trundle can't do anything against Echo. And then you were talking about Cat Evolved and how Echo is good and no one plays him. That's what you
Sure.
said in the clip.
Okay.
When you can link
Yeah.
it to YouTube, they can like maybe phrase it as well. But yeah.
Okay.
So I have talked to this with Veigar as well, and I have a lot of experience against Azir as well. So the thing about this matchup used to be that what you were saying with avoiding like parts of Azir's kit with your laning phase and whatever, it's all true. Like you still beat Azir in lane, and
Yep.
you can out roam him, you can out tempo him, and everything, right? In the early lane. The early lane even got better for Ekko compared to before. In fact, Azir was beating Ekko in lane before he was like W max and he was like Q max when it actually got picked, like in season 10, for example.
Yes.
It was a very common matchup, as you would know, right? You casted
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah,
Interjection.
Yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
Wallahi, none of us play competitive, bro.
Yeah, I mean, but
What
just,
the fuck are we talking about right now, gang?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the history of this matters a lot because it's like the pick got like driven by the narrative that it's a counter and not by the reality of what happened in like the 6 years of patch history. Because that happened.
I thought you were gonna get in here and start talking about numbers, bro, and I thought we were gonna have a math off and
I
shit.
did. I mean, I did. I
But-
just
but-
told
but-
the
so-
the
so-
double passive.
Okay, so the thing that you just said about the reality of patch changes and like other things, right? The scenario that I outlined, which it seems like you agree with and concur with, is that Ekko has total early game control over Azir, and he can even like cheat and avoid things, right? Okay. So in an era where dragon stacking was one of the major win cons, right? Ekko's team can more reliably do that and then show up to the decisive Drake fight where Azir and Ekko, correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, he gets his items faster, right? Because they're cheaper inherently than Azir's.
Yeah, and last season that was the case.
Last season, right? They were cheaper. Okay, so they were cheaper, which typically also means that Ekko has like these timing windows where he's not only bigger, but he's relatively bigger because of the shape of the game. So if it's on like a decisive Drake fight, Soul or something like that, or like a key moment, and Azir hasn't reached that mid 20-minute etc. threshold, or even later than that, and Ekko is providing all this because Ekko's doing other things, obviously that doesn't have to do with Azir. And I think that like a 3-minute clip without asking me like full comprehensive thoughts etc. is not totally fair.
I mean, I asked at the start.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I get that. I think he's doing a lot of other things that isn't just in isolation to the Azir. The other thing about the reality thing, because I discussed this with Dom once too, specifically about like Xerath versus Azir. Or, well, I remember there was a clip or something. The reality thing is really funny because I treat LoL as a nearly patchless game. Not entirely patchless, but I remember years ago there was a podcast with Doublelift and Kadril, and it was called like Trash Talk or something, right? And I brought up the claim that League is like near patchless for the most part, and then I cited StarCraft or something like that. And Cadril and I think Doublelift responded that League has patches whereas StarCraft doesn't. And I didn't have a rebuttal at that point in time. My brain was not working, and I did not think of like what a way to rebuke that was. But the reality is that StarCraft actually does have patches. They're called maps. Because every single season, the maps change, and the maps alter unit compositions, timing attacks, building placement, build orders. All these things are essentially patches. And certain compositions and units become more viable. They become better. Some things become more obnoxious to defend. Things like this. And that's really akin to League in a lot of ways. But the reality argument that I'm trying to get to, let's use Super Smash Bros. Melee, where if we use the time traveler discussion, which I bring up with Freak and Froxen in like my balance talk, and I ask them how they approach this. In Super Smash Bros., if you went to various different eras of like the 5 gods or whatever, or modern day, if you told anyone that Captain Falcon or that Luigi or that, you know, Donkey Kong, etc., could be top characters, everyone would laugh at you and say that's not possible, that it's terrible. In fact, there was an era of Marth where professional Marth players determined that certain matchups were not humanly possible. That was the exact phrasing that was used. Humanly impossible. In order to hit certain frames and do certain combos and do certain things. And so a bunch of Marth mains gave up Marth, and they stopped playing Marth because there's no patches in Super Smash Bros. Melee. And then along comes a Marth main named Zane. And Zane decides that just like Tetris pro players in modern day and other games that are patchless that continue to have records broken, etc., Zane decides that he will challenge the deemed humanly impossible, and he will simply do it. And so where all the other Marths quit, he learned the timings and the windows to make it possible. But it was because sometimes by mistake it was possible, and other times you could do it. And so it was just an effort of practice and practice with intention. And this is where one of my main complaints with League of Legends and analysts and people within the scene is they make things a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? They'll say Smolder sucks, they'll say Jinx sucks, they'll say can't do this, can't do that, etc. Crowny and I got into not quite a, Los Ratones crash out argument on stream once, where he would say Gale Force was necessary to play the game, that you can't play without Gale Force. Modern day, the same champions are being played without Gale Force, and they function just fine. Because there's alternative ways to play. To conclude my point on the reality argument, I don't think that results, especially in really low sample size, or results without the correct intention of practice, ever really mean anything. Especially when you can make arguments for why something ought to be different. We know that in Season 3 or Season 4, everyone said they could always get ganked. Everyone said, oh my god, the jungler's here, right? Because people didn't know how to track jungle. It's not that the skill didn't exist, it's that they couldn't do it. They didn't understand that junglers had set clear speeds, and that even if you did it as fast as you possibly could, like some of the YouTubers that do clear speeds and stuff on jungle, that the jungler fundamentally had to abide by those rules. They could not clear faster. There was game limitations. But no one could track jungle, so they always said they needed wards. I need wards, I need green wards, I need pink wards, etc. Because they lacked the ability. Back in Season 4, Season 5, if you told people to just casually do the insec on Lee Sin, they would say that you needed to be an elite pro player, and that not everyone could do that. In Season 16, you expect it out of a Diamond and Emerald Lee Sin. Mm-hmm. So the reality argument or conversation, I never really like it, because I've been around for 22 years in esports. And I've played 6 different games at the professional level, or I've been involved at the professional circuit in 6 different games. So not only have I seen the reality argument come true, we also know that AI supports the reality argument as being moot. Or even StarCraft, right? I'll just bring up this one point because it fucking gives me goosebumps every single time. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. So there was an era in StarCraft Brood War, RTS game, strategy game, whatever. And in this era, the year was 2006, circa 2006. Okay, and I'll just make a new thing. So 2006 was the era. In this time period, in StarCraft, there's 3 races: Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. In this era, Zerg was having around 30% win rate. The best Zergs in the world, the best players at this race in the world, is only having a 30% win rate versus Terrans. And it looks like no matter what they do, they cannot win. And there were suggestions like try to do this build or try to build like this. Try to go Hive Tech, right? Hive Tech is the most late game scaling tech that Zerg has in its kit. And everyone said you can't survive the Terran timing attack, right? Because in practice or in reality, you can't get defilers out in time. Literally fucking word for word, this is what everyone said.
That's not what I'm arguing, by the way.
Sure, I know, but some people might interpret it that way, right? Some people might interpret it that way.
Yeah,
so
I was about to like say the exact like patches that impacted this the most, and I could also go into what's with season 10 like Ekko and why it was completely different. But yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's totally fine. I guess I interpreted something. I thought you were trying to say something different about like the reality or like in practice thing, and then immediately whenever some people say that, I immediately think of Savior, whose name is very fitting because he. Okay, so he brought the Zerg out of the Dark Ages because he not only dominated all of the gods of Terran, he completely annihilated them. Like it was incomprehensible what Savior was doing. And the thing that was most impressive about what Savior was doing is he was doing it with something that everyone said you can't do. And Savior basically said that if I need my defilers at 1045, his defiler is going to pop at 1040. And it's going to do the 2 consumes and the Dark Swarm is going to go off. And he did it every single time. The same way that when someone says that in practice or in reality, this champion can't do this or this champion can't do that, it's even just similar to the Lee Sin. You don't need to be a pro player to insec. Right? So, yeah, anyways. All right, sorry. I was just saying that to cover, even if that's not what you meant, I think a lot of people could mean it that way. And so I just wanted to...
Yeah, sure.
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry, that was very long-winded. I apologize.
It has no, that's completely fine. I'm not arguing it has any like execution barrier that is relevant for this, even though I do believe that I mean, I watched every single Ekko Pro VOD and none of them did play it well. Like for example, when Caps played it in 2020 against in Worlds even, like, and Leader as well. Like they are really good at the game, right? But
yes,
they weren't good at the champion. But I don't think that mattered. I don't think that mattered for the matchup. I just think it mattered for other things inside of the game that you were arguing. For example, that Ekko does more inside of the game than just the Azir isolation. But I will bring the point back to the Azir isolation because that did a complete 180 turn compared to when Ekko was picked against Azir. So you had like this trifecta video once on how Ekko beats artillery mages, and that is completely true, right? And Azir was playing like an artillery mage back when Ekko was picked into him a lot.
Yes.
And the logic was, okay, I can have a pretty uninteractive lane, and then I get into mid game and side lane, and I can have prio all of the time. I beat him in side lane. If I go on him, he cannot escape me because I block his E. I do 2 burst rates. His ult is useless against me, whatever, right? Yep. That's how the matchup went before. But nowadays, when Azir is W max, when there were durability patches, when you can go bone plating unflinching, when you go Nash's Tooth, when base HP is a lot higher, that changed the matchup extremely, because now you don't really combo the Azir and then you run out and whatever, and then you just Azir's Q-max and he cannot really interact with you that much. Now you get auto-attacked all the time. He ignores your passive basically with his shield. He needs like 3 passives, 4 passives to die instead of like 2 or 3 as it was like before. And compared to that, obviously as well, there's a lot more base MR in the game. There's a lot more base HP in the game. There is less damage in burst way in the game. and the Zero players have gotten, which is something like that maybe fits your StarCraft analogy more, a lot better at the things that would make the matchup better before.
Yes.
So they are a lot better at neutralizing the lane. They're a lot better at spacing. They're a lot better at keeping distance. They're a lot better at getting to Nash's Tooth and 1 Magic Mantle, and then you lose 1v1 for the rest of the game. So yeah, and yeah, so I do think that a lot of things change in that sense with this matchup, and I would even argue that at the highest level, Azir counters Ekko in isolation. So I think the one example where you suggested it to be picked, especially because it was so early in draft, and it was against Trundle Sion as well. Even though it's good with Varus, I think that was like a very bad spot for Ekko to get picked because of those reasons.
Yes.
Especially because 2 other spots are like to counter the champion are still open. And yeah, so that's what my thoughts were on this
Okay.
Ekko Azir thing, because you were like talking to Spire, for example, about how Ekko is like hidden OP, but no one can just play him or whatever. And I think that has some merit, or it used to have some merit, but I think it's very overblown, and that the champion
Yes.
is not as good as you maybe think it is, especially now.
Okay. So all right. So initial thoughts are durability patch did come through, and champions did get tankier, and that is definitely objectively true. But then I also know that a lot of champions have been buffed, and that some AP items, etc., actually give more AP than some items used to in the past, and some other things actually, like for instance, pen more or like something, right? Than in the past. Things like this. Azir got 70 flat HP, and since then he actually had a nerf where he now loses 243 HP at level 18 because his HP per level went down. So this ends up mattering because his total HP is actually lower than it used to be durability patch. So his EHP is actually lower. And then in addition to that, his HP per 5 was nerfed, which means that if you've hit him and he's ticking a little bit, it's minor, but whatever. He does have 10.4 more MR than he used to in the past. But now you could even argue that boots now give more magic pen than they used to, right? Magic penetration boots used to give less than they currently give now. And then in addition to that, Ekko has had his AP ratios and base damages buffed several times over. So I actually think, especially because Zero doesn't build Leandries the way that he used to. I mean, sometimes he still does, right? But he used to build Leandries, and then also I think he even used to build Rylai's when it had more HP. My memory could be like, I could be wrong here, but I would actually argue that his assassination potential on Azir is higher now than it was in the past. Like just looking at the numbers.
Well, that's just not true, because Azir, just tier 3 mercs, and you saw this when you would see this in the leader rot, for example, cannot even break through them. Like you EQ auto and you don't even break through the merc shield, and then you get auto in retaliation.
Oh, sure. Okay, so we're talking about merc shield. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Though the merc shield is modern season, right? But we're talking about
yes, exactly.
Last year.
Talking about season 15. Yeah.
Because I thought we're talking about the incident thing.
Yeah, sure. But even then, like that was, I think Azir was even more broken, like in general then, because he was perma-blind pick as well, right? And what happened there, and I mean Veigar had his like Azir arc, and he played it against some Echoes as well. What always happened was, okay, Ekko goes in. Can
you find me the leader VOD, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
Or maybe I can find it in his match history. Hold on.
You can
leader
also
matches.
SK versus KC.
I can probably just find the Ekko. Wait. This is last spring or summer? It must be summer because I moved.
I have it.
You have it?
Here it is.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
But yeah, what was I on about? Yeah, so how the interaction was going is if Ekko would jump into you, you would auto him, WE, get the shield, and then if you would auto like 2 or 3 more times, even before Ekko can like really get like okay, let me do this one by one. Okay, so if Ekko would then run out after the shield, you would extend the trade with W auto Q, and then you would win it as a zero. And if you would keep committing, then you could force the Ekko ult via ulting him away, and then it would be like delayed because of the second travel time, and you would be forced to ult earlier, because if Azir ults and then autos, then you can die, right? So Azir's burst was higher, while his extended trade was also higher. I think Saber in the thing he played it as well. That was like a perfect example of that interaction. Let me see it actually. Saber, that was the what was it called? LPL. Let me find that what as well. Games of Legends. Yeah, where that exact interaction happened, and it was pretty sad to watch, to be honest. But yeah, and after that, he never got picked ever again. But yeah.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I mean, I haven't watched this VOD, so I'm like trying to like skim through to see laning phase and stuff like that.
He misplayed the cheater on the laning phase. That was sad because
he misplayed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I have leader misplayed the lane quite a lot.
Okay. Oh yeah,
I watched the game with Veigar.
Oh my god.
And he like
oh my god.
like the first level was fine, but then at the third wave he had to make a decision to either crash the wave or like trade, but he like
of course. Oh my.
EQ'd, and then the wave got stuck, and then he had to take a bad base. Like you see the
this all looks horrible. Yeah, this all looks horrible. Yeah. I'm seeing. What is he doing? What is that E?
Yeah, and then he has a really bad base because he should either buy nothing or just refillable, but he buys boots, so he will never get his blasting wound.
Yeah, of course. So okay, I mean the one game in isolation, I don't think does like a whole lot. One of the initial things that I would say when you brought up like the caps and other stuff, right? One of my initial thoughts would be like
a lot of years ago, but yeah.
Sure. Players not being proficient enough at a champion actually is a problem, though. When we're talking about champion viability or like, even if they're like very good at the game. So like, if we were to say season 3, season 4, season 5 or something, right? Lee Sin as a champion is way different in the hands of Insect at the time, right? Versus other pro Lee Sin. Like at the time. So if we were to argue about Lee Sin viability or whatever, we'd be using Insec as the example, not saying that other pros aren't good enough at Lee Sin, because then enter the time traveler argument, where it's not really a thing about the champion that we're discussing anymore. We're discussing almost incompetence, not, like the other pros are obviously good at the game, like Insec, etc., right? But he had a specialty on Lee Sin that others didn't
I was
have.
Just saying that to not discredit leader, because he's obviously times my peak, and everyone will hate me for saying that he misplayed the sequence.
Sure.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, if someone misplays, they misplayed, right? But I think like especially, for instance, Vel'Koz is really, really strong, like as a champion. Vel'Koz is really funny. No one plays him. He's completely viable. No one plays him. And if they did play him,
one-trick champ in US right now in Master.
Yeah, Azap is like a really good example of someone that has really high champion mastery, even if Azap doesn't know as much as the game as like other pros, or wouldn't be able to play any other champions like as well as other pros, or like something like that, right? So this isn't an argument against Vel'Koz because people don't bother to research Vel'Koz. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, of course. I'm just,
Yeah,
I mean, I completely agree with it. But yeah.
So I think for like Ekko in particular, it gets a little bit difficult when if people aren't going to play the champion at a professional enough level, then it does impact whether or not you can actually suggest it as a viable pick, depending on what that champion's doing. Like, for instance, Ivern, which I don't know if you were in the stream earlier when I said, like, I think Ivern's one of the strongest in the entire game.
I know quite a lot about well, your history and everything, so you don't need to repeat everything.
Sure.
I know what your take is on Ivern.
Okay. So Ivern, like, for instance, even if a pro player picks him, they're not going to use him at 100% power, right? But because of like what they can do on him, the threshold that they play him at, let's say it's 80% or something like that, it still justifies him as being like an S tier pick. He's not going to be as Z tier as like he actually is, but he's still going to be an S tier pick, even in the hands of a unpracticed pro player, because there's not that much. The amount of things that you would need the Z tier like stuff for does not occur at a frequent enough rate, nor is it realistic to assume that that thing was what decides the outcome. So like, for instance, Griffin on FlyQuest right now, right? I think I watched him play like 3 Ivern games where he just doesn't press W in fights. No brushes. 0. And we're talking about with like high attack speed ADCs. You know, or like Jax or something in top lane, right? That could have been inside of brushes. We're talking about hundreds of damage being lost, not only for himself, but for his teammates because of the W passive. But doesn't change the fight, right? We're not talking about min-maxed usage of like animation cancels with EQ. Or, you know, knowing to press Q versus right click, right, on Q activations, or things like this, right? Or like who to cast E on in the middle of fights, or controlling Daisy, right? Controlling Daisy is a massive one, right? The amount of situations where you need Z tier Daisy control to have changed an outcome is so low that it's fine even if like you kind of suck at controlling her. She's still going to be an S tier. But when we're talking about something like Ekko, something that's like fragile, honest for the most part, especially in modern day League of Legends. So what I mean by honest is that they tell you what they're going to do and then they do it without like trying to hide it or conceal it. Whereas like in the past, huh? What?
You could also say telegraphed, right? It's basically
telegraphed, yeah. So they're very telegraphed with it. Whereas like in the past, like Kennen, right? Kennen is still like a champion favorite of many people, even though flank teleport wards almost don't happen anymore. Flanks are pretty fucking rare compared to how frequent they were in all of these seasons. They are so rare because the average level of the game increased. I think when we're talking about something like Ekko versus Ivern, which is an enchanter, or like even Soraka, or like Seraphine, you know that everyone and their mother right now playing Seraphine in Pro has no fucking idea what they're doing. Like to min-max like the note usage, or like max range casting Qs, and like, they suck. But they don't need to play Seraphine at 100%. Right. They don't need to play it at 100%. And even if you play her at that shitty level, she's still an S tier pick. Now, I think Ekko, likewise, I think if you do not play Ekko at a high percentile, right, like 95%, 90%, right, of like what super elite people can do on it, the champion is actually not an 80% S tier pick. I just don't think that. I think at that point he's a worse Akali.
Yeah,
or
that's
like, you know,
what I would say as well. I mean,
yes.
I don't see any reason in a pro play
me suggesting.
Akali.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So me suggesting Ekko is because I want to push the boundaries of the game, and I want to draw attention to the fact that there's more there, but people aren't going to do it. Which is also what Riot tries to do with placebo bust every patch. That's why they do things like they buff and undo buffs all the time, to try to make it so that pro players read the patch notes, remember the champion, and then play it.
Yeah.
It's not actually for balance.
Yo, I would like to make a brief interjection real quick.
Sure.
Max is in fucking EU. I don't know what time it is over there in Korea. It's 5 a.m. over here, and I done got this shit hijacked. I gotta ask you like 3-4 questions, and I'm getting the fuck out of here. All right. I just got to get back to that, bro, because y'all been talking about fucking competitive for so long. Do you still have your league game open? Your practice tool?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I do. If you want to. I mean, of course I do. But you know me.
If it's something practicable, just do it yourself. Or like, what are the other questions?
I just wanted to know. I still wanted to know what you would like what you would say the more optimal build for Ekko would be, because you got into the math of it and shit. But
in that specific game, like there's funny things. I guess Max is your name. Max is saying that Dusk and Dawn makes W apply twice if they're already within the threshold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or if they get below the threshold with it. But also
does it work without Dusk and Dawn?
Of course, yeah. I mean, no. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean exactly? What?
You mean you get one extra tick of it, is what you're saying, or you get 2 ticks of it?
No, you get. Okay, so I will explain it once more. So the W passive will proc like on your auto attacks if they are below 30% HP.
Yes.
Right? We all know this. What Dusk and Dawn does is it makes on-hit effects apply twice. So if this auto attack below 30% is buffered by a Sheen, then it does that twice. But with Shadow Flame, this gets amplified twice as well. And what I was saying, what makes it actually good, like what makes actually Shadow Flame and Dusk and Dawn good on Ekko, is even if they are not under 30%, like let's say they're 50%, but you proc your normal passive on them, and they get to 20%, it will proc not only the W passive twice, it will proc the Shadow Flame twice as well, even though they are not at the Cinder Bloom threshold. That's why it's broken interaction.
Sure. That makes sense.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do I build? So, like, what do,
well, like
even
in the Pike example, you don't instantly pop them, but if it's not the Pike example, or for instance, like let's say they're already missing HP, then Dusk and Dawn is just going to do more than like Lichbane. But if you're speccing solely for the 1 pop on targets below a certain MR threshold, then you can't utilize this passive thing as much. You would just play for as much upfront burst. Unless you get them into the window. It seems like Shadow Flame, by this logic, though, is just fundamentally stronger, though, yeah.
Yep.
So do I still? So what does that? How does that affect the Void Staff second as opposed to Shadow Flame second?
No, the Void Staff stuff was a thought experiment. It was just meant to try to open your perspective to how stuff works. And then Max here brought in unique interaction.
It low-key, I don't know if it either A, didn't work, or B, I forgot it, but I'll watch it back. Fuck it, bro.
Okay. Right.
Second, Death Cap, or Belt and Death Cap second. How good is that compared to, like, I guess, like, numbers-wise, compared to, like, something else, like, I don't know, Dusk Shadow Flame or Storm Surge?
The thing about Rocket Belt versus, say, Storm Surge is, Storm Surge gives you, like, 20 MS, roughly, right?
Okay.
So it almost gives you tier 1 boots on Ekko. Rocket Belt gives you a dash, which hides how telegraphed whatever it is that you're doing is. But if you were to run from point A to point B of the map, Storm Surge gets you there faster. If you were to be wiggling, and Rocket Belt would be on cooldown, wiggling being clicking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, Storm Surge makes your movement and gap close faster. If you're trying to do a surprise burst that's not as telegraphed and you get to control when you do that burst, then Rocket Belt is better.
Yeah, okay.
Storm Surge does just make all of your damage, though, dramatically higher.
But the higher elo that you go, in regards to, like, those things that aren't as, or methods of damage that aren't as telegraphed.
Yes.
It's more. There's more value in those, right?
Yes, and there's more value in the resilience items, like the Death Knight stuff. So having HP, having attack speed, having ability haste, etc., those things become valuable.
So would you say that the higher elo that you go, the higher elo that you go, belt would be a better item to build on Ekko as opposed to either Storm Surge or a Dusk and Dawn or Lich Bane or whatever? Would you say that, or
Probably better
is it
the
still
higher
not?
that you go up would be my initial intuitive assumption, but the intuitive assumption is based on images that I'm seeing in my mind. Like if I ask you why is Ekko good, or if I ask Max why is Ekko good, you guys have a flurry of images that filter through your mind, and then you try to translate what it is that you're seeing based on feelings or experiences or all the games that you've played, and so it's a difficult thing to do. My intuitive feeling would suggest that it's Rocket Belt, but that doesn't make it right because it's a feeling. So then I would have to do due diligence to then investigate further, and then do like follow-up stuff.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
That's just what I was curious about, because you said that emotions or feelings could be wrong, and you could just go to the bare bones math of it and
Yeah.
of a certain thing and actually figure out what the objectively correct build or path or whatever is. And
Sometimes you're a one trick, right?
in this situation, so in this situation, it's like my feelings or like my experiences or whatever. It would be fair to assume that I have more time on the champion than you do, right?
Yes. Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, and then but you also you objectively think about the game smarter than me, right?
I think of the game in a
Smarter than me. You
bigger
don't gotta
picture.
make it nice. You don't
Okay,
gotta make it
okay,
nice, but you think
okay.
smarter than me.
Okay.
I just go off of intuition and shit, and I'd be like, oh, this did big damage, so I'm gonna keep doing this shit.
Yep.
I don't think about it like that. So I'm just saying, like, there could be a situation where I'm seeing certain value out of a specific build path, and I have a lot of experience on it, and I'm Max. Why am I fucking echoing?
I don't know.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
mute up.
Sorry.
No, it's Max.
Do you have
Okay.
do you have the
So
stream open but not muted?
Maybe I had it before. I think I tapped into it right now. Yeah, that's my mute.
Either way, I have a ton of time and experience on the champion, but it could be wrong. Like I wouldn't like to think that it's wrong, but there's a chance. Like you were saying, everybody thinks Morello is fucking insane. So I was just wondering about like the specific
really funny thing.
Of my,
I used to think fuck. I'm actually well, I'm not remembering the exact thing. Sometime in like 2020, this is when I was gonna like coach T1 or something like that, or maybe it was 2021. I remember having a really lengthy conversation about AP Cho'Gath with Demonic Embrace versus Deathcap, and which one you wanted to get first. And it like I had like a really strong intuitive feeling, and I thought that I understood the math and like other stuff, and then me and Max Waldo and Fudge went back and forth a lot. And at the end of it, after a lot of different questions and like, you know, going different twists and turns and like all this other type of stuff, there was a conclusion that was reached. And at this point in time, I'm actually not remembering exactly what the conclusion was. I just remember that was like, that was a moment where I felt really strongly about something, and I encountered legitimate, genuine like pushback and like other stuff that made me waver, if that makes sense. My opinion is that as a one trick, you should probably be itemizing almost differently every other game. You should literally be learning the exact different, like now you know on Pike, you can't get him into that threshold with just that basic combo, right? But you need to do that on a way broader scope. And then you need to like figure out like, this is better. Like for instance, if you play Ekko versus like I keep using Malzahar. If you play Ekko versus Malzahar, Rocket Belt is really amazing because you pop a shield, even at range. Or like, you know, if you're playing against Banshee Veils people, or you're playing with people that, you know, they don't like getting hit, or like something like that for some reason, Rocket Belt grows in value. if you're really paying attention to why things are happening the way that they are. You might realize that you're killing people without death cap in roughly the same amount of rotations. Or like something, just as an example, right? So like maybe you could go Zhonya's. Different champions have different base stats and magic resistances and armors, and they also itemize different and thus have different HP thresholds. Your goal isn't to memorize that for every single champion, because a lot of champions in the game, they have a general similarity, right? Like
they're relatively
numbers
close
are somewhat
where it's
similar.
interchangeable. So,
yes. So your goal is to identify those interchangeable patterns and then adjust on the fly. The other thing is, like, if you're ahead, the best thing to do is to build defensive. Because if you're ahead, you want to reduce variance, but also you want to strip the opponent of options. So if you're really fed, let's say that you're an entire... Yeah, if you're an entire item up over the opponents, you want your item up to be Zhonya's, not to be another damage item. The reason being is because you're already ahead. You're dealing more damage than normally you're used to doing. You're more fed in terms of base levels, so you have more base stats than you're used to having. And then because of the Zhonyas are even tankier than you're used to being. And so because of these things, outs or like possible ways they can recover by picking you off or something, you strip that from them as a possibility if you are to just play normal. You don't have as much damage as Glass Cannon, but you still have you have way more advantages than you normally would have if you didn't get all the advantages leading to that moment to have the extra item.
But then
Whenever
again,
you're ahead,
Yeah.
build defensive as a general rule of thumb. It's not always.
It's
It's
a
not
general
like
rule
law.
of thumb, but when it comes to Ekko specifically, that's all I fucking know. Like, you need to build damage. Like, you can't really afford, if you build defensive, you miss out on a lot more damage than like other champions, for example. Like if we were to go Akali and you could pick up like a Zhonya's or a Banshee's or something like that. But on Ekko, you kind of need to build damage, and then if you're ahead,
Okay.
death cap is like core. You need void staff. You need like you don't really have space in your inventory.
Yeah, also
for anything
Rabadons is
defensive.
a defensive item on Ekko because it gives you more W shielding and R healing.
Sure.
So
Yep.
it-
EHP. Yep.
only
through stuff like that.
only you would think about that, bro.
No.
but
That's a really good.
Also, I have another question.
EHPs.
I have another question. You were talking about your Cho'Gath demonic embrace versus death cap thing. I'm not even that interested in the conclusion that you guys came to. What steps did you take to reach that point? What were you guys were going back and forth and back and forth? What was that like? What were you guys bringing up? Were you guys talking about like in-game time, how long it takes, all that shit?
We were calculating likelihood and probability to get certain CS if you had more HP, or your ability to lane by having Ruby Crystal or Giant's Belt, things like this, or by having potentially earlier recalls for Blasting Wand or Amp Tome, and what would that do to certain breakpoints for combos versus XMR and common mid laners or ADCs, because we were flexing Cho'Gath mid and ADC. We were also calculating likely and assumed recalls on average per laning phase. So we were calculating the number of waves that typically Cho'Gath was staying on the map and what that would mean for recalls, because Needlessly Large Rod was expensive versus the components. We were trying to calculate that against average dragon respawn timers. So we were doing stuff like that. Then we were trying to calculate what was the actual damage difference between the two items, and did that damage difference actually equate to anything in terms of additional rotations. Stuff like that. That's basically everything we were doing.
Holy shit. That's not just basically everything. Holy fuck. Dog, that's the interesting part, bro. I did like this.
There's a lot of stuff that happens off stream.
And all of that is like, I guess I either don't understand the value of all of those little things. Like you're talking about like how easy it is to get certain CS and then getting it like that shit kind of is just like irrelevant in my mind. But you're saying that it makes a big impact.
So here, I will link you this, or I'll link it in the chat. Okay. So this was a tweet that I made last year, and everyone flamed me for it. And I get called a retard pretty often by lower tier pros or like just high MMR players. But the funny thing is, I'm gonna link this in our chat. So this is the Malphite build. This was a byproduct of probably like 5 or 6 hours sitting in practice tool and being on Discord with Inspired. So this was us sitting in practice tool, testing stuff, playing in solo queue on different IDs, both myself and him, discussing what differences we thought. Did we need different runes at certain points? Pausing, evaluating the replay. If we had this rune, would it have changed the outcome? If we have spellbook, does it do this? How much armor does this actually mean? What's the damage difference that we're taking if we build like this versus that, etc.? And then doing different clear speeds and like all this other type of stuff, right? So there's a lot of stuff that happens off stream to reach
Holy
this.
fuck.
But I'll do stuff like this, and then I'll deal with people talking or discussing things that I do or me with derision, and it just puts me off from. I don't like doing it anymore, if that makes sense. There's like a limit to how much someone can take.
I smell you, bro.
So,
I
like,
actually smell you. No, but you got more willpower than me, because I'll be an Ekko one trick, and I'll be thinking about this shit, and then I'll have fucking Lil Timmy talking about go electrocute and Lichbane, and you'll do more damage. Like either of those items synergize at all, and then I check his account and he's like bronze 5 on Turkey servers. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the frustrating thing,
motivating, I guess.
Yeah, the frustrating thing for like champion things like Malphite jungle or Orange jungle is everyone will say that I'm wrong because no one plays them. And then Inspired will play them, and then they'll say that I'm wrong about other things without realizing the irony in their claim that simply because something is not played, it means that I'm wrong. They fail to see the irony in it, because prior to Inspired playing it, Malphite would have also been wrong through their lens. Right? But then they'll say,
how
okay.
certain are you? Oh, yeah, Gar?
Well, they'll say that, okay, I'll give you Malphite, but you're wrong about these 4 other things, without realizing that I'm only wrong through their eyes simply because someone hasn't played it. The same way that I was wrong about Malphite prior to Inspired playing it. This is an example.
So when you go through these things where you sit and call with another pro player for like 6 hours and you're in practice tool the entire time, by the end of that, how much more certain are you that you're right, as opposed to getting this much pushback from other people and then giving you pause and being like, maybe they're seeing something that I'm not?
That's
like,
hard,
how
but
certain
that's
are you
also it's hard to quantify.
What I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's really hard to quantify. That's why I have always advocated and I've always stood by it. I always want to publicize things that I think. That's why it doesn't matter when people call me retard, or, well, it does matter because I have like trauma over it now, right? Like it's actually physically, you guys can't see it right now, but
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I'm having tremors right now that I involuntarily can't control right now. And it's actually because we're doing analytical talk. And this is because of just everything over the last couple of years. So, for me, it's not necessarily about like I'm right, because I also think there's a lot of value in finding out why something didn't work, right? If something doesn't work, it's not that you found out that, oh, hey, it doesn't work. You found out why it doesn't work. So, like, for instance, right now, Leona, right? We ran a micro experiment the other day. We can hit it with another rotation if like we think it's reasonable, but we're not going to, because the initial test run was just too poor. Leona's really close to being able to jungle. And by trying to make her jungle, trying to do different clears, trying to do 2 smite, 1 smite, trying to do different starting camps, etc., I can realize and jot down, hey, she can't do this because she's missing about this much damage, or she's losing this much HP, or these junglers, which you would want to pick her into, clear it this time, she's clearing it this time, right? Things like this, or starting to ask, like, would this clear be practical in a competitive environment? So sometimes I come out completely wrong, or thinking that my initial hypothesis is not right and I was very off, or like whatever. But I gained so much valuable information because now I know why it doesn't work, which other people don't know. People don't know why a lot of things in the game don't work, but I take a lot of joy and I have a lot of fun finding out why things don't work, so that I don't just get to say that they don't work, I can explain why it doesn't work. So for instance, when Ornn first released, I played 100 games of Ornn. Instantly, because I played it for fun for my chat, because everyone said Ornn is so fucking bad when he first released. And I would QWE a wave, and the minions would live by about 20. And I would keep doing it, and I'd keep playing all these matchups, and I can reach this conclusion that, like, if Ornn could if this ability just had this much more damage, or if this ability came up this much sooner, or if this ability did this, etc. And I've done this for 16 or 12 years now in League of Legends, and I'm the patch notes guy, or at least I was. I used to do patch rundowns every single week, and I would also do these 1v1s, and I'd also do the coaching, and I'd also do all the other stuff, and I just have this giant catalog of things that I know, things that I don't know, and then why things don't work. And I can keep that mentally in my head so that when I do see patch notes changes, or I see item changes, or I see other champion changes, I can then recalibrate certain things because I already have all of... So, like, for instance, if Leona suddenly gets 30 damage added to Eclipse, right? Or she gets 20 damage added to Zenith Blade. Or if she gets a 25% monster modifier, I already know from reading it she's viable. But the public wouldn't know that those are the thresholds that she needs to push herself into viability. I can read it once and know it because I've already done all of that. They read it, and if I am right, or she does get picked, etc., I'm retarded, and it's just the 25%. They don't see everything behind the curtain. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay. Follow-up question for that.
Just as an example, I find a lot of joy in finding out why things don't work or why I'm wrong. Like, for instance, Aribo, complete buffoon, on Twitter the other day was arguing about things with Syndra, and the things that he was saying was easily refutable. It was very easy to refute his arguments against Syndra because of how simplistic they were, even if his original claim wasn't wrong. That right now she's not actually viable jungle. She's really, really, really close. She's actually almost so close that it lends more weight than, say, the Leona. Like, the Leona, we're gonna put that in the fucking backpack. That's gonna just be in the memory bank, right? Syndra has to, like, regularly be looked at, and we have to, like, regularly pay attention to patch changes and item changes and Syndra changes because she's that close. And it's like, for instance, Aribo says that, like, Syndra can't clear because Q doesn't have haste, right? No haste, so it's 7 seconds. And then Karthus, right? Compared to Karthus. Karthus Q is 1 second, right? And then he'll say that Syndra doesn't get splinters in jungle, right? Now, I know, and I would call Aribo a liar if he says that he knew, because I just doubt this. Syndra gets ability haste from her ultimate. So each point in her ultimate actually gives her ability haste. It gives her 10, 20, and 30 ability haste on Q, right? Q at 40 splinters, which you get by hitting level by leveling up 7 times, gives you the 2 charges, right? And that's mid game. So you get the 2 charges now for Q after you level up in mid game. And then also you have the 1 point in your ultimate, so you're getting the 10 ability haste for your Q in addition to having the 2 charges. Because the first item that you build is Blackfire Torch, you're also getting 20 more haste. So it's not actually 7 seconds, especially because there's charges, and Q is a conditionally cast spell. So because Q is a conditionally cast spell, it means that there is time when you're traveling from Camp A to Camp B where that is charging up. Or there's time in between full clears or after a gank or something that you just have 2 full Q charges. In addition to that, Syndra has longer range than Karthus that she can start a camp at. She can also kite the camp on the move and kill it in a way that Karthus can't, because she can W the camp at max patience and drag it with her on the way to the other camp. So there's thresholds where, yes, Karthus is way better, he's more consistent, he's less prone to getting railroaded or sidetracked or like having a car accident the way that Syndra can. But she's so close, and I know all the reasons why she's so close. He doesn't. And so I'm able to understand all of the indirect variables surrounding her better. And when I see patch changes, item changes, Syndra changes, or jungle changes, etc., I'm able to interpret and read them at a level that other people aren't, because they're not actively pursuing that. Hello? Sorry.
God damn, holy shit. Nah, I'm processing. God damn. Holy fuck. All right. Okay, wait. No, I'm. Oh my god, dude. Like, Max, I swear to fuck. By the way,
As another complete aside, right? We're using Ekko as a hyper extreme example. Most people cannot play Master Yi like Cenarius.
Yeah.
Okay, but when Cenarius comes to Korean solo queue, there are other Master Yi 1 tricks. They cannot do what he does. They just can't do it. Because he's getting something at a champion mastery level that allows Master Yi to exist. The most impressive thing to me, or not even just to me, but to Inspired, when like we put Master Yi as high as we did on our tier list, is because we both thought, if you can play Master Yi at this threshold, this percentile threshold, right? Master Yi does not have the same forgiveness as Ivern or Seraphine or like all these other champions. If you can play him at this high percentage threshold, the most impressive thing to us when we're watching Cenarius in Korean solo queue is the things he was doing at 0-0-0. Because that is where a champion's truth is that there's 0-0-0 stat lines.
Oh shit! That's a bar. That's game. Holy shit! All right.
Okay. All right.
What a champion! Seeing a champion at 0-0-0, bro.
Well, what makes a champion good?
I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you just.
Most people can't answer the question. Most people don't know what makes a champ good.
Oh, do you know?
Well, I mean, I can try to explain, right? But I wouldn't think that I'm necessarily 100% right. But I think that most people don't inherently know what goes into a champion being good, and they can't describe it without often appealing to authority.
So if you, like you said when you were just discussing
Cho'Gath,
Leona jungle, for
Sure.
example, like Leona could, if Leona got this slight buff to this, or if Leona got legit anything related to XYZ, you already know first before anybody else that she would be viable in the jungle, is what you're saying.
I mean, there might be other LSs that exist. They're just not public, or they're not on Twitter or whatever. The thing that seems really odd to me, though, in my time away, and I've had this conversation with multiple people, is that even when I've taken really long breaks from the game, or I disappear from socials, or, you know, I go away for a couple of months or something like that, no one seems to take the place, which I think is fascinating. Now, I have my own hypothesis for this, on why this is, and it might be because I possess a skill set with recollection or, you know, pattern recognition on these specific types of variables, and I've been doing this for 22 years. And I can apply a lot of different patterns and like all these other types of things. Maybe someone else has those mental faculties, right? The ability to juggle, the ability to have the recollection, the willingness to go through it, or do certain things, etc. And it's not about, you know, there's other people much more intelligent than me that participate in this game. They're much smarter, but they're not deploying the same methods, nor do they operate with the same constructs for how they do the process. The other thing about it is that, let's say that more people like this exist, but they're really low MMR and they don't have a background in games and they don't have all these other types of things. They can't be expected to do it at this level, if that makes sense. Because they can't juggle the variables to the same extent.
So,
but also, you have to always be willing to be wrong. You present the information, which is why I always publicize most things that I do. Because I want it to be wrong so that I can find the next broken thing. Because that's what's fun to me.
Say a player who's like, this is gonna be extreme, but say a player tells you something about a specific champion, but they're Iron fucking 1.
Sure.
Like, how much, like, do you still consider their initial like point, and then be like, okay, wait, let me actually look into this a little bit because it sounds interesting? Or are you kind of just like dismissive of it and being like, yo, you're Iron, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
No, you can't ever dismiss anything anyone says. You can, I think that you can get frustrated. Like, for instance, for me to have, like I explained this on stream the other day, if I have a conversation about support Lee Sin with Busio, right, considered to be the best Western support, arguably, if I have a conversation with him, me and him can use really simple words because we understand that each other would have already assumed a lot of the questions, and that we're operating with within certain boundaries for like why we're even having this discussion, right? Whereas if I have that same exact discussion with a gold person, they need to sentence by sentence by sentence by sentence by sentence be brought up to speed, and then at the very end they cannot be trusted to then paraphrase or even change the variables within the sentences to apply to something else, even if the patterns are
Past 2
similar.
hours of this call.
No, I think you're not giving yourself enough credit.
Aw. Okay.
So
Bro,
I posted.
There's so
I
many
talked about this
questions I
the other
gotta
day.
ask you, bro. Holy, what the fuck is that?
This is a text. This is one of the one of the best things I've ever read on the difficulty with explaining complex ideas or having complex conversations with people that don't understand it at your level. This is one of the best things I've ever read. I had this in a discussion with Max, and I got it from somewhere else. So I'll just read it out loud for everyone, your stream, mine, whatever. The need for technical languages does not result from ideas only being communicable in this or that particular word. Particular words possess no such power as this. Rather, the need for technical languages results from the need for an economy of thought. So sort of like earlier, you were talking about vocabulary, right? Or the ability to do different variables or different thought processes, etc. This is why technical language is important, and why it ultimately becomes efficient. And writing that is the condition of referring to and thinking about complex ideas. Imagine if you had to explain to someone partial differentials in math, to someone who, or whatever example of math you ended your math education with, only with every single sentence and indeed every single word, you had to begin the entire process of thinking about mathematics anew. This is the going step by step by step by step by step, right? As if your reader could not even accomplish the most basic addition, but rather needed the very meaning and means of such process explained to them at length. Because if they were capable of the other conversation, this conversation wouldn't have taken place the way that it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And if you could never trust your reader to refer back to any such explanations once given in a previous section, but had to repeat to them in each section of the text that this is indeed needed, as if your reader's memory was wiped after each section, how well could you explain advanced math under these conditions? How well can someone explain high pro-level League of Legends that even some pro players can't have a conversation about? How can you explain that to the average public if they just say you're wrong?
At what
You would
point does
need-
that become? At what point is that not even the question of how well could you explain advanced math under these conditions, but the question is, how well can this other person be able to understand? Like, at what point is it them that's fucking up? And it's not like you ain't got to put any more effort into it.
Most people don't want to see that it's them. And for some reason, people take a lot of offense to being told that they can't discern. Right? So for instance, for discernment, right? So discernment is the ability to tell two different things apart, right? So like I don't really know quantum physics or anything like that. I never went to school for it, never studied it, whatever. I enjoy watching videos on it. I enjoy like learning about it. It's really fascinating to me. Like that's the type of stuff that I like for like mental stimuli, is like something to pass the time. If I were to watch two quantum physicists have a debate, right? I'm in a stadium and they're on a stage. I would not, if you told me that one is lying and one is telling the truth, I can't tell you who it is if there's two people on stage. Because I lack the fundamental ability.
Different language.
Exactly.
Like
yes. They're speaking a different language. And to even begin to understand the language that they're speaking, it means that you must fundamentally understand whatever thought processes they're trying to describe or that they're explaining. And therein lies a solution to be able to discern lies from truth. But then, if they're talking about a new field of study within quantum physics, you now have to go a step further and render your current potential beliefs almost obsolete in some ways, right? The reality is that most people don't juggle with a lot of variables, or they operate one thought at a time. They don't see everything at once or whatever. It becomes really difficult to have conversations like this. Even so for instance, 99% of people would, if I suggest Malphite Jungle, they would laugh at me, right? and then they would mock me or whatever, things that have happened
This
over the last
patch or a
couple
few
years.
patches ago?
No, just in general, right? The tweet that I showed you.
I don't know about now.
If I take the same statement to Inspired, he would be like, "Why do you think so?" Or he would go, "What's the build?"
Yeah.
Or he would go, "What's the rune?" There wouldn't be the aversion to it, right? Because he would already know that. Imagine that there's like these imaginary doors of like bullshit tests, right? There's all these imaginary doors of like questions that he would ask if someone knew before he would entertain something they say. I've already passed all these doors. So even if something I say past all these doors ends up being completely fucking wrong or sounding like utter nonsense, I'm still in the fucking room with him. These people can't get through the first
at
door.
least considering it, right?
Yes. We can at least consider it. And
Is there
even
ever a
if
baseline of something so ridiculous that even if he were to bring it up, you wouldn't consider it though? If he said some shit like Yumi jungle, would you still be like, "No, let him land. There might be something here," or would you just be like, "You're out
I
of your
think
mind?"
he would try to determine if am I serious or not.
What if he? Okay, and then as soon as you see that it's actually serious, then you'd
If
be
he
like,
would
"Okay,
have
wait,
if he would
maybe
have
he's
such an
not."
aversion to it, it would then go to the next
Uh-huh.
step, which is demonstrate it.
Okay. Oh, what are the steps?
Be-
Let's write this shit
well,
down.
demonstration
What are
would be
steps?
the final step typically.
Oh, well, and if like it would be like hypothesizing.
Well,
or,
first
like,
comes the idea, right? Why would
Yeah.
Yumi jungle be good? Now, how do you answer that? How does a regular person answer why Yumi jungle might be good? Well, Yumi has
think a regular
auto
person would
attacks.
say that.
Her movement speed is this. Her ability to clear the jungle is this. What's her clear speed? What camps can she start? Does she have AoE? What are her, base point per scalings? What happens if she gets invaded? What does that do? What is current catch up at EXP at? What does that mean for her ability to circumvent, eating certain camps? Then depending on catch up XP, is this, there's all these steps, right? The theory. Then maybe you put some of the theories to the test inside of practice tool. You operate at that. Maybe you do it inside of solo queue, etc. You go back to the drawing board. You modify things. You recalibrate. You adjust things. Right? You do it again and again and again and again and again. Then, if it comes to final demonstration, you present something that is sufficient enough to at least be entertained. And that's how we arrived at Malphite.
Is this even
or
the actual
Tryndamere.
scientific method, or is that like the fucking scientific method that you discover?
Well, I'm
I
just
don't
giving
even
you
know.
examples of like sometimes how
Okay.
things go. Yeah.
But you got like a pretty good. Okay, that's. Oh, you articulate it well though. So like, you can think of an idea, and then you can think of the proper steps necessary to be taken in order to prove whether or not it's actually got any validity to it, or if it's just bullshit.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but it doesn't mean that I'm infallible. One of the most iconic things is that I thought Viego was going to be one of the worst champions in the game, and then he released and he was utterly broken, and that disturbed me for a really long time because of how wrong I was. Like it was like, if someone goes hunting for treasure and every single time they stop somewhere, they're warm. Right? But then suddenly you fucking stopped in the Mariana Trench and there was absolutely no treasure around for miles. It's going to bother you because it's like, what the fuck? How did this even happen?
Yeah, your intuition was just so far off that it's like.
Exactly. Yes.
There's-
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What made you think that Viego was going to be so bad?
A lot of the theory that surrounded at that time how he was going to play in a practical sense, as well as his current stats at the time and like other stuff based on how we were evaluating it, and like doing all these other types of things. It's really weird because that's why it's so bizarre, is because a lot of stuff that was being done is sort of like what we're discussing here, to a lesser extent, but like we were just kind of sure that he was going to be bad. And that's probably the one that bothered me for a really, really long time. Because I tried to go back to it, and I tried to re-go back to clips, and I tried to re-go back to my VODs where I was testing him, and I tried to see what did I miss. Because I wanted to understand why I missed.
Similar conclusion.
Huh?
Or were you seeing it? Were you coming to like the same conclusion of like, no, I'm dead.
Well,
set
I was
that
starting.
this
I was
champ's gonna be
starting
bad,
to
or were
see
you
it
seeing
with
new
the time
things?
traveler. I was starting to see it with the time traveler conclusion. The introduction of new information. That was the way that I proposed it to
Oh.
Freak. So
Like hindsight?
modern day you, if you went back in time 10 years, you would be the best player in the world If you went back in time 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Or like 11 years, 12 years, whatever, right? If you took all the knowledge that you had right now, and if you were more articulate or had like a better vocabulary, you spent time learning the game, etc., you went all the way back in time, you would tell those players things that now you know to be true about like jungle tracking, lethal thresholds, why, you know, you don't need a million bajillion wards, all these other types of things. And they would tell you that you're, huh? What?
And freezing waves and side lane, of course.
Freezing waves and side lanes. That one is fucking hilarious, by the way. Because of the.
I told you the clip in season 15. I DM'd you once when it first happened.
So the funniest thing is every single elite pro player that so at the time I wasn't like LSLS at that point. I was still much smaller, like the freezing stuff, in the entire community. And every single elite pro player that got into a call with me, I could feel their discomfort when they were realizing that what I was saying about certain freezed waves, that the opponents didn't actually have options. I could feel like that they were getting uncomfortable because they didn't have a response. So their initial feeling was, this autistic white retard in South Korea is wrong and he's bad at the game and fucking whatever. And then they're in a call and they're being presented the variables, but then in addition to that, they're being presented them that is worded and structured in a way that tries to break down the very fundamental thought processes of the game, and then they're realizing that it's not actually bad like they thought. And that happened with so many people, and that's actually how I made a lot of friends. The way that me and Inspired actually became friends is because he said, he said to me, I saw that everyone was flaming you on Twitter for full clearing. And I saw that you kept trying to defend it. And that you had like math and reasons. And so that's why Inspired reached out to me.
I don't know. I feel like I can understand the concept of why they would be uncomfortable at first, because they're like, okay, yeah,
Sure.
no one wants to be wrong. But that in and of itself just seems so weird to me, like that you would feel uncomfortable by being wrong, because it's like, bro, like you just learned some like insane shit.
This is the really funny thing that there's a clip with me and Whippo that actually talks about this. A lot of my friendships are actually with elite pros, and then oftentimes it's the bottom tier pros or like the non-pros that like play in like third league or whatever. Those ones hate me, and then the really elite ones I'm all friends with and I'm like very close with. And the thought behind that is that imagine you're a low tier pro, you've been playing for years, or like, you know, your second league, third league, whatever. You're trying your best and you're still not elite. And then some asshole comes along and shows you all these other things that apparently you're doing wrong and that you need to learn and you need to get better at and you need to do these things. You're going to want that person to be wrong more than you want him to be right.
Yeah.
Because it would scare you.
I was like, what the fuck do you know? I guess.
Kind of, yeah. Well, they want you to be wrong.
Why?
So that they don't have to learn it. So they don't have to do it.
So they don't have to learn it, or because it makes them because it means that their initial way of thinking was wrong? Is it like an ego thing, or is it like a I don't want to learn it?
Well, it could do both. It could be causing them to also experience that. Yeah, that's true as well. So on an emotional from an emotional standpoint, as well as from a career standpoint, they would rather me be wrong.
Yeah.
If someone came along right now, some Ekko, right, some alien Ekko player, right, from fucking season fucking 40, right, he drops down like fucking Super Grok or like something, if fucking X is even around still, and he starts telling you that everything that you think about Ekko is wrong. Would you want him to be right, or would you want him to be wrong?
I would absolutely.
If it means
want him to be right.
that you're actually way worse than you thought you are. Like if it's gonna break your worldview of like how good you are at Ekko.
I don't know if I'm a good person to ask for that, but I 100% want to be wrong, because that's like, is that not just the most insane fucking path to improvement ever? Like, you actually know nothing about this shit.
Yes, correct. Which is why I'm very, very good with elite players, but not middle, like bottom tier ones. because it's a mindset and personality difference.
Okay, that's fair.
Even
I
if we
guess I-
conclude
like,
that I'm wrong, or that
Yeah.
even if they think at the end that I might be cooking a little bit too hard or like something like that, they can still appreciate that there's the idea or the suggestion, because it
is there
means
such
that
a
there's
thing
something
as
of value.
cooking too hard?
Because how the fuck did they get elite in the first place? By always doing things better than other people or looking for ways to do it better. Inspired was one of the first full clear junglers in Europe when everyone said that you can't full clear.
Interesting. All right. So, oh, so this is why, to go back an hour and like 45 minutes ago, when I was saying, you asked me what runes do you go on Ekko, and I was like, oh, you go Absolute Focus and Scorch, and then you were like, Gathering Storm is better, and I tweaked the fuck out because that's what I've been saying this entire time, but nobody
So
wants
Gathering
to
Storm,
By the way. So, I have
What's
the
up?
map in
Gathering
the
Storm
chat.
is better. Yeah.
What do you fucking
I
mean
don't
that?
agree with this.
Fuck you.
So
Fuck you.
At 10
I
minutes,
used to
it
think that as
is
well.
it's really close on the damage at 10 minutes. Like it is negligibly close. And so
only
because
gets
it's
better.
negligibly close, huh?
But it only gets better.
It only gets better at 20 minutes, yeah. At 20 minutes it surpasses it, but at 10 minutes it is negligibly close. So when I say that something is negligibly close, and I get very upset at people that will use the closeness like being really, really close, like when we're talking about like micro damage differences, right? If someone says that it does 10 more damage or it does 12 more damage, right? My immediate reply from everything that I know about all these thought processes, etc., is okay, show me where you control that variable of 12 damage at an extremely high and consistent rate to make it practical.
Oh my fucking god.
Now, if someone like the Marth, right, like the Marth example with Zane, right, where like this is an inhuman variable, this is completely inhuman, right, 12 damage per instance, right, or like something like that. If someone could come along and consistently demonstrate it every single fucking time, yes, okay, I'm wrong. But that is because of the introduction of new information. My whole thing is never that I'm right. It's, I think this is the highest, this is what I'm claiming to be my perceived belief of whatever is the highest, this bar. This is what I believe is currently the limit. Can anyone show me otherwise? That's all that most stuff that I do is. So if someone comes along and says that actually, if you do this, this, and this, and this, it's this, fucking awesome. Because now I want to find what passes this.
Can I add?
Sure.
What about Cut Down and Legend Haste as opposed to like Absolute Focus and Scorch? What is you like? What are the numbers on that?
So again, it's a math.
How well
so
can
for
you
instance,
apply the Scorch as opposed to the other ones? And shit like
here,
that?
let me show you something.
Awesome. All right.
One sec. What's it? What did you say? Sorry, 1 second. All right. So like one of my notes that I took on say like Ari, right? I took Ari note hell boom boom boom.
Oh, I have another question about this notepad that you got up right now. Bro, this is so sick. My sleep schedule is fucked.
Hold on, let me show you something.
Yeah.
All right, so mid lane, and then we're gonna level up. Level, boom, boom. Oh, sorry. Add gold, and then hold on, I gotta interface. Mini map on left. Fully stack runes. Complete role quest. Okay, and then fast forward 10 minutes. All right, 1 second. Oh, what?
we're about to
Didn't
see
fast
some,
forward.
we're about
Alright,
to see
sorry,
some insane shit.
So this is currently in my notes on Ari. Hold on. Because Ari is one of the most played champions in the world. And also she's just extremely popular. So it applies to a lot of people. Speeding up the game by 30 seconds. Okay. So typically Ari, there's a lot of games where she builds Ionian boots. And she has that, right? And then she'll go Malignance as her first item. Okay. Let me kill minions. Okay. So Ari's ultimate cooldown at rank 1 is 75. If you put another point in it, it only goes down to 64 because of the way that ability haste works.
What do you mean?
Okay, so
does it show
basically
the cooldown reduction on Malignance gives, or
it's Malignance gives ultimate haste.
Yeah, but when you hover over your R, does it show that in the tooltip or no?
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
So 75 at rank 1. Now, when you skill a point in it, you get 3 charges and the scaling damage is 50. If you get a reset, then it'll be 200, right? But it's a 75-second ability, which means that you're going to have this up like every team fight. Every team fight in competitive typically operates around that 100 to 115 second timing window, which is why I said that that is a very specific number. It's a very specific number, at least up until current demonstration of pro play. Because again, the introduction of new information or time traveler could occur, and that's totally fine. Now, the difference in so 150 damage if you just do 3 charges and you don't get the takedown, right? Now, obviously that number does scale up, whatever, right? But if you get more points in charm, the disable duration increases, which adds to damage too. So this has a hidden damage difference. Huh?
Say that again?
Okay.
What was that about?
Let me... All right, let me
just
try
say it again. I don't need the diagram. I just what did that mean?
So disable, the taunt duration increases.
Based on what?
Points.
Points into charm, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So let's say that this happens, right? So if you have a point in charm, you get 40 damage, right? So you get, one point in charm gets 40 damage, plus 40 damage, and then you get 0.2 second added duration, 0.2 second plus charm, and then you get, shit.
By the way, like if I did have to start drooling on myself and shit, it's legit 6 a.m.
Okay.
right now, and out.
No, that's fine.
This shit's awesome.
Okay. And then for Foxfire, it goes up also by 20. It goes up by 60. So for Foxfire, then you would end up 120, 180, 240, 300. Okay. So Foxfire goes up by 60, and then it goes down by about 0.7-ish, 0.7 seconds. All right, ish. Now this is with current items. Okay. So in a team fight, you can either get the extra 150 damage that maybe goes up to 200, right? Or you can get these 2 abilities, which if this goes up by 60 and you're going to cast it twice in a team fight rather than once, then it really goes up by about 120. But this is hidden because you know in a practical sense you're likely to cast it twice, right? If we're being pragmatic. So it actually goes up by 120, right? The 0.7 seconds, if you do it twice, ends up saving you 1.4 seconds inside of a team fight, just as like an aside. The charm, if you end up casting this twice in a team fight, is actually 80 damage. And then 0.4 increased charm duration, which also has a hidden variable of Y, which is excess maybe auto attacks or excess ally damage, or anything, right? That they're able to weave in potentially because of the increased duration, but Y is very difficult to actually quantify, right? So it's not actually 150 to 200 versus their initial variables. It's 150 to 200 versus these. So 80 and 120. And then when you consider that maybe this goes up 3 times in a team fight, or like something like that. Now at that point, yes, you probably do get the 200. That's fine. So then it becomes 200, versus 180. Maybe it even becomes 250 versus 180 or something like that. But then you end up having 2.1 seconds saved, which now you're at almost 33% of an additional extra cast, something like this. These are all mental things that you have to juggle with. So my current hypothesis is that Ari should only put 1 point in R because of current itemization and current assumed playstyle. But also because the other abilities coming up more frequently provide more utility. And that's also another difficult thing to quantify.
That's
That make sense?
interesting. Wait, it does make sense. I had another question, but then I just got hit
Sure.
with the initial question. Why did you change the map from the right to the left? What did that have to do with the?
Because of
Did that
StarCraft, it's this habit.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
Just
My bad.
oh yeah, StarCraft habit. Also, I'm blind in my right eye.
What? Actually, what the fuck?
Yep.
God damn.
Yep. I'll try to show you how I see. Hold on.
If
I'll
you
try to
can
show you how
somehow
I see.
make that, if you can somehow turn that into like a visual thing and we can see that shit, that's gonna be fucking insane.
Let me try to think. Okay, yeah. Not quite that. Well, that looks pretty good.
Somebody in my chat is absolutely begging me to ask you about the comparison between cut down versus gathering versus scorch. And I don't even know
So,
what the
you
question is.
see-
You just said ask on cut down, gathering, and scorch. Oh
Do
shit.
you see this image?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like this. It's not quite this, like to this extreme, like blurriness, but like kind of like this too. All right, not nearly this extreme. Again, I can't even see it. This is actually a really funny thing on my stream where a lot of times people will tell me that I'm in like 720p on YouTube because I can't tell. So my chat tells me to increase the resolution on streams.
The fuck.
Because I can't tell. So, yeah, so minimap left-hand side because my right eye's blind. And then also everything that I do is mostly blurry and the colors are like blending.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this
That's-
is
yeah,
another
that-
really
that's
good
interesting.
image. This is another really good image. I basically see like on the left. Or like
That's
this.
fucked. What the? God damn.
Yeah, it sucks. No cure yet.
Really? I thought LASIK was supposed to do like fucking miracles and shit.
No. I have a rare genetic eye disorder. It used to be thought that it was 1 in 2,000, but now I think it's like 1 in 500. So hopefully more stuff will come. There's a lot of really good research I think happening in Australia for like stem cells and other stuff, but I don't believe that it's reached human trials.
That is insane. Holy fuck. All right. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Bro. Wait. So okay. I guess I was just confused about that because I was like, oh, if you play on the map on the left side of your screen, then like why would you wouldn't need to like swap it or whatever. Or I don't know. The other question that I had was, you brought up, this is the second champ that you brought up where you just don't put another or where you hypothesize that not putting a point into their ult
Yep.
is probably there's merit to it, or it's probably better, is what you're saying.
I think
there
so.
any
So the way that I conclude that, just to like clarify, so people don't misrepresent me. Well, they will anyway, but
My fault, bro.
no, yeah. So ultimately, I think that what I'm trying to do is, if something is 50.5% more likely to achieve a favorable outcome, I want that 0.5%. If that makes sense. If the other thing is 49.5 and one is 50.5, I want that 50.5. Then, after we decide the 50.5 is good, is there a way to find something even better? And then even better, and then even better, and then even better? And then you keep stretching that, and now it's not quite the original 50.5 versus 49.5. It's become something larger. Because in League of Legends, what's happening right now, and what people don't realize, is there's a graph pretty much, which is the longer that the game exists, the speed at which... how the hell do I do this? All right. So the Koreans... This isn't a brush. Where's a brush? Okay, boom. So the Koreans They started out below everyone else, and then they went up, and then the speed at which they can actually keep improving is really slow. Really, really slow. Or maybe they didn't even necessarily go down, but you know what I mean. Actually, yeah, I shouldn't draw a line that necessarily goes down. Have it. Something like that. And then Western players, what ended up happening is they started out much better, and then they got absolutely blasted, and then this starts happening. And the reason for this is because the longer that the game exists, the more difficult it becomes to find things that generate you edges or advantages. Mm-hmm. Because while the Koreans had this gigantic ass fucking lead, right? Like in this area, right? They had it for here, they had it for here, they had it for here. What is happening here is the speed that they can keep improving at is slowing down each year because they discover more and more, they get better at more and more, and then there's less to get better at. There's less to discover, there's less to do. Whereas all the Western players, they can go and be like, oh my God, look at what they're doing. And we're going to improve, 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 and we're going to improve. We're going to keep doing it. And then the Koreans are starting to look back, and the Western players are starting to catch up. And this is why, early on, Western players couldn't lane against Koreans. Then it got to the point where they could lane, but they couldn't play mid-game. And then, they would lose mid-game. Then it got to the point where they could play mid-game, they'd fumble at late-game. Then it got to the point where they started winning, where they started actually taking games off them and beating them. And then it got to the point of modern day League, where I would say that for the last couple of years, Western League has both been simultaneously the closest for the apex teams, so like the best teams that each region produces every single year. It is the closest it's ever been, while the rest of the region, the rest of the world, is actually probably almost like very far off in a weird way. And that also has to do with Boot Camp Island, which is another hypothesis that I have.
I'm sure every time you hit me with one of those, that's like I want to inquire further. Why do you think that the initial jump between Korean and like Westerners, the initial jump is a lot more like different? Is it because are you basically
culture.
saying that the Western players are? Oh, okay.
It's cultural. I have a really long video that goes over this. Doesn't have a lot of views. It's on YouTube. It's called Man vs. Machine. And it's also like one of my most requested videos to make the part 2 for, but I can't do it because it actually hurts to do it. Or it would hurt to do it. Well, I'm experiencing physical pain while we're having this conversation.
Okay. Bro, my fucking fault, man.
No, it's not your fault. Sorry. It's just how it is.
Dog. So is this like? So you're saying it's cultural differences?
Yep.
Is it more like Westerners they see what the Koreans are doing, and then they're like trying to copy it, as opposed to figure things out on their own? Like if you figured some shit out on your own completely, you would inevitably have more mastery on it than somebody who was just copying the method, because you have a deeper understanding of it, right?
Yes. So there is that, but then also Koreans do practice objectively harder.
What do you mean?
Koreans practice they're more stupid with their practice. They're less efficient. They are more stupid, and then on average, they're less analytically intelligent than the West, because they don't need to be.
Why?
If someone comes in, right? If we're in a fight, right? We're in Fight Club. Someone comes in, they are shredded out of their mind, right? They're really fast, they're really strong, they do all these other types of things, right? Or like, fuck it wouldn't be an LS thing without a Dragon Ball reference. Someone comes in, Dragon Ball Z, right? They're this really strong fucking character, right? Do you need to learn all these techniques and tactics to win? No, you just need to fucking hit the guy.
Yeah.
And so if everywhere that you go, you just hit the guy and they fall over, you're not going to need to learn anything, because you just fucking hit them. You're stronger. And so you get lazy. You don't train as intensely as, well, they do train intensely, but they don't train smart, and they don't practice smart, and they don't ask the right questions. Also, because of the culture and the region, analytical content creators are really fucking rare, like actual analytical content creators. And it's because you can't criticize the pros or pro teams lest you be literally DDoS, fucking stalked, cyber stalked, fucking, you know, doxed, everything. And because of that, it inhibits growth intellectually.
And you're saying that's what the Koreans do.
It's the culture. The culture hurt. The culture gives it a massive strength. It gives it a massive strength in some ways, and then it's a massive disadvantage in others.
But it seems like by the graph that you've drawn is that it's the more consistent way to actually grow as a player. And it's like, if anything, it seems like if anything, it's because the Westerners blue, right, and then red's Korea.
Yep.
So based off this graph, it looks like the Westerners are getting a lot more, I guess. I don't know what the term would be.
Well, so ask yourself the question
like that, and then they get complacent.
Okay.
Whereas the Koreans are more consistently training over time.
Okay, so ask yourself the question: the Koreans to do this like jump, what did they do to do it?
I don't know. They're just isn't it just
they played
training.
thousands and they played tens of thousands of games. That's what they did.
Yeah, so it's consistent.
What did the Westerners do to then do that jump? The same exact jump. What did they do? They copied it.
Copy them? Copy the Koreans? Okay.
That's it. They said thanks for the work.
Yeah, but that's also what I said before. But since the Koreans since they went through that, do they not have a deeper understanding of it because they innovate?
No. This is machine learning. They're not trying to think about what it is. They're doing trial and error.
And the Westerners are just so they're just copying. They figured out it works.
The Westerners are copying.
They don't need to innovate. They don't need to innovate. They just get.
Well, no, they do need to innovate to beat them, because what's the only way that you beat a machine?
I don't know, like fucking pour water.
If someone's way bigger than you and they're way stronger, how do you beat them?
Gun? I don't fucking know.
A gun is one example. Yes, a gun is one example. A gun is one example.
Machine.
Sure.
I was gonna
What's
say
another?
Water on it or something.
Okay. Have you seen videos of like martial artists that are smaller than someone, right? Maybe not like too smaller, but through technique they win versus someone larger.
Precision? Yeah.
Precision and technique, yes.
Okay.
How did Floyd Mayweather win a lot of his boxing matches?
No clue.
He had he practiced significantly for endurance.
Dude, my mind immediately went straight to
because no one
bigger than you. I went to cheating.
Sure.
I just said you cheat.
Okay, sure. Well, it kind of is cheating, yes. But
is it?
You still, like, if you're in a tournament, you can't just say that you're cheating. Like, you have to figure out how to win. So if the Koreans they've done this road, right? This is a meta. Let's call it a meta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm gonna make a road. Fuck. I'll just draw a road. Fuck. My fucking drawing sucks. Okay. All right. This is the road, and they're gonna drive like this, right? This is the car that they're gonna go on. Okay. Mm-hmm. So if you're a Western player and you try to also drive this road, who's gonna drive it better?
Well, if you're the Westerner, did you see the first guy drive the road?
No. You're at a brand new tournament.
Oh.
So this is the quote unquote meta, the way that people use meta.
So you're saying that both parties are driving the exact same road at the exact same time with no prior knowledge.
Yep. The meta. They're playing the same champions. They're playing the same strategies. They're playing the same approaches.
Well, in a perfect world, they would be the same. They get the same result.
Well, but the Koreans have way more practice and reps. They're bigger. They have more muscle on the road.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the Westerners are always copying the Koreans, typically, right? The Koreans were the first to arrive to this road, and now the Westerners are learning the track.
You also said that the way that the Koreans practice is stupid, like you said.
It is.
And inefficient.
Yep.
But if the Koreans didn't do that, then the Westerners wouldn't have anything to copy.
Not all Westerners practice like that. The elite ones don't.
Really? Oh, okay.
Or a lot of the elite ones don't. I mean, they might play a lot, but like I told you, right? The elite ones are not. If someone publicly and demonstrably says, "Hey, I can prove that jungling like this is better. Here's why, and here's all the reasoning. Here's the math. Here's the logic. Here's the experience. Here's where the laners are fucking up," and 999 pros say you're a fucking retard, but the math all lines up, the logic's there, etc. And then one pro goes and says, that makes sense, I'm going to do that.
So do you, okay, so what would you think would be the best method to improvement? Would it be to try as many things as possible and then work from there? Or would it be to just copy whatever the best player is doing?
Well, okay, so imagine that you're at the tournament, the same exact tournament as this road, right? So this is one meta. We'll call it a meta. Okay?
All right, yeah.
So this is like, you know, in pro play, they play X champions, right? Like 5v5, whatever. They trade Corki Nami versus Yunara Lulu. They trade Ashe Seraphine versus MF Nautilus, whatever, right? They trade Talia versus Azir. They do all these trades. Okay? So the Koreans see that road that you've mapped, right? Like those 5 champions, whatever. And it's the same road as them because you're copying the meta. So they're going to drive it cleanly. They're going to know everything. They're going to know every twist and turn. They're going to know every single nook and cranny because they operate with machine learning, essentially, because of the culture. Now, what happens if you twist the road and you say that actually we're not going to play this mid laner, we're not going to play this jungler, we're not going to play this ADC, we're going to play these ADCs that you haven't seen in fucking 10 years, or we're going to play these champions together that you have not seen, and we're going to do all these things. The Koreans are still really strong. They're still really good drivers. They're fascinating drivers. They're going to take their corners a little bit slower. They're going to take their turns a little slower. They're not going to know by heart and by intuition where every turn and twist comes. That slight hesitation, the slight difference in them not being able to just at maximum speed drive right through the course, it puts doubt in them. And then also it puts that they're learning in real time, that they can't play off their muscle memory. They can't play off their intuition. Their fingers have to pause. There has to be a slight delay before they do things because they don't realize what they're up against. Those are different champions or atypical team compositions, etc., where they haven't memorized the damage values. You're an Ekko OTP. You know all of Ekko's damage thresholds versus the way that people currently itemize and build.
Well, clearly not, because that's how the thing started.
Well, sure.
I got your point.
Just as an example. What happens if suddenly you run into a champion for the very first time? Or they itemize in a different way for the very first time, and you go to hit them with your assumed combo. You go, what the fuck?
It's unexpected.
Then in real time, you try to memorize, okay, I did that much damage.
Yeah.
And then when you go for it again, you try to remember that much damage. But you're not actually exactly sure of the damage. So you do it again.
But when it comes to this road example that you made, wouldn't the Koreans have more experience in basically treading like untreaded territory, which they would be better at it, I guess, than as opposed to Westerners?
If they're both starting on an even playing field, but in this example you're not. You're the ones bringing the weird shit.
Okay. Oh.
So if the tournament keeps going on, they have a limited number of time. Worlds only lasts, or like MSI or like international events, they only last anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks. It's a very short period. They don't have a lot of time to learn or understand it. How many games do you think you need to play of a new champion to really get a feeling of it?
For like a few, I guess, like a good amount.
Most pro players would say that like on a lot of champions it's anywhere from 50 to 100.
Damn! Wait, hold on. Wait, what level of mastery did you say?
Pro play.
Oh, pro. Okay, fair. I thought you. Okay, I don't know why my brain immediately just goes to solo queue, and I'm just like, okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. I put like 5-6 games into a champion.
Sure. Yeah, you can just play a handful to get a general idea, but to play it like your Ekko, how many games?
Oh, fucking years worth of it. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Where the fuck do they find the time to play those games and then also get them in with all the other champions that they know and understand how they all fit into the comps in 3 weeks? Where do they find the time?
They go fucking get it from somewhere else, bro. Where it's already been done. I don't know.
They can try. Yeah, they can try. But that's probably your best chance.
Yeah.
And the idea that meta or that atypical or non-common champions are not meta is one of the stupidest things ever. Because there's been plenty of cases that can be pointed to of champions that already existed in the game that went patches without getting picked. And they just completely existed in their fucking hidden state. No one was playing them.
You know that one?
Meta just the way people uses meta in the current world, it just means popular.
Mm-hmm. You know that one instance of Gen 6 Pokemon Worlds where that motherfucker pulled up with a Pachirisu and won? Do you know about that or no?
I know of stuff like that, yes.
Okay, yeah, fair. But that's basically what that reminded me of. Holy shit! It's 6:30.
So imagine. Okay. So here, did you ever play Hearthstone?
No.
Fuck.
So I played Overwatch at a high level. I played WoW PvP at a high level. I kind of played a little bit of Valorant at a high level, and I played League. And then everything past that, I've just got like casual.
All right, yeah, because you said Pokemon, so yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Huh. Dog, it's like it's like I want to sleep, but this is interesting as fuck. And I also feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I can also kind of hear you maybe losing your voice a little bit. So I want to let you sleep as well.
But it's okay.
Bro, like that's fucked up. Oh my god.
No, I'm good.
Do you
Want
lose
to
your
lose
voice
your voice more?
Do you lose your voice?
Well, I just did
often,
the earlier in the week. I did the 17-hour stream, and then I did a lot of stuff like in these last few days too. So. Yeah.
God damn. Off all gang.
I don't do a lot of League stuff these days. In fact, I almost just retired last month. Or like I almost walked away, right? I deactivated everything. And I had a lot of really serious combos with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is because I don't stream as much. I don't make as much content anymore because it's at a point where I experience actual pain. The way that someone reacts to trauma, you know, or something like that. It's like borderline painful to do stuff, and it's brought on by it's all kind of in my head. My body has an aversion to wanting to do this.
You're like hesitant, or like you. Like
No, it's because no matter who you are, there's a limit to how much you can be attacked for just saying things that are atypical or being misrepresented or being lied about. One thing that a lot of people reference to this day is no. I mean, it's sort of like
does it plateau to a point where you go through it so much to the point where you practically build like you've built an immunity to it, and you're like, I don't give a fuck anymore. But then it just starts tanking down, and then you're like, okay, now it's a bit too much.
Yeah, I think I kind of did that in 2023, and I kind of broke. That was the year I did all of the fucking crazy 3 time zone co-streams, streaming 6 days a week, 18 hours. Yeah, the 100-hour work week every single week until off season, pretty much. And it wasn't including stuff I was doing off stream. And I think that kind of broke me because of the amount of vitriol that was sent my way during that period. But then also there's like things that are still mentioned to this day, which are ironic, which is like, do you know about the 99% clip that is about me?
No.
Okay.
I think that might be the one clip I don't know about, actually.
Okay, Cadril makes a claim that that I display sharpshooter fallacy, which is that I say a lot of things, like I say 100 things, one or two hit, and then it all ends up being right. In that very clip, he actually specifically references certain things that he takes gripe with that I say. Within a few months of the clip, towards the end of the year, a lot of the things that I said ended up coming true. But when he initially talks about them and it caused the community to also follow suit and like attack me or whatever. He did it with derision, which is like mockery and scorn. He backtracked it to an extent at the time, which is fine, but that clip is still referenced today because people actually think that it's real or that it's true, because the thing that I mentioned earlier about the physics scientists, people don't have discernment. So ultimately in League of Legends, a lot of what ends up happening is people decide if someone is right or wrong based on if they like them, not because they can actually understand or even repeat what the person's saying. Yeah, and I'm so paranoid by it that earlier Max wasn't even saying something, but I felt like I had to address it because I could already see people preemptively. And I'm in a state where I'm preemptively afraid, almost in a way, where I just can't juggle everything because people want to misunderstand me or like my intentions.
But does that not give you a little? Is there not a positive side to that where you're going through the downs and the negatives of it for so long, and then it eventually is like, I fucking told you so? Is that?
Well, then they tell me that the patch changed, or they tell me that something else changed, or the meta.
But in your heart of hearts, you know that.
I do know.
Hey,
and other people with the brain know. Yeah, of course. Which is why I maintain the relationships that I've had. The biggest compliment the League community that Flames Me has ever given me is they apparently must suggest indirectly with their claims that I have just completely convinced some of the greatest players to ever play the game that I know what I'm talking about, including Faker, who was the final trial process for T1. Huh?
And that's an insult to you? That's negative to you?
No. It's an indirect compliment. Because their claim is that I must not know what I'm talking about, or that I'm wrong, or that I lie, or fucking whatever. But at the same time, somehow managed to just convince all these super elite players.
Yeah, so there's that is it. That is
so it's an unintended ironic compliment. Yeah.
And how does that make you? And what do you take away from that? Like,
it doesn't. It kind of doesn't matter.
Or is there still like a negative connotation to it?
No, because I struggle with a lot of things. I struggle with still the way that I talk, where there's a couple of things I learned in the last year. Like, for instance, my voice decibel doesn't actually necessarily reflect my internal feeling. So sometimes people perceive me as getting loud, and they might think that I'm getting angry. But what's actually happening is that my muscles are tensing up, and the thoughts in my head are racing so fast that I need a physical sensation. The same way that someone pinches themselves, or the same reason that someone might clench their fist or they might start biting their lip. I raise my voice because I want to feel the tension in my diaphragm and in my throat as a soothing method. And I didn't realize that till last year. Someone pointed it out to me, where I realized, wait a minute, you're yelling. Why am I yelling? And then I started reflecting on it the same way that I had a feeling, like we talked about earlier, and then I started really digging into it. And sometimes that's like what therapy is and stuff. You have a feeling or you have an emotion, you dig into it, you unpack it, you try to get to the bottom of it. There's a lot of things with me that I think have rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, even though it's not my intention. And then I have problems with like, I wish it wasn't that way.
If it rubs other people the wrong way, like the way that I see it, the way that what you just described was having an insane amount of capacity to self-reflect. Is that not a good thing?
Yeah, but sometimes people take things that I say as sounding too weird, and then they get angry at it, without bothering to understand what it is that I'm trying to say. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But like, I'll always treat most stuff like this call, like the way that I was operating with you is because I don't know what to expect when the call starts, right? I see what I saw on Twitter. I saw the way you were replying to people. I don't know if the call is going to be abrasive, confrontational, or whatever. The best thing that I can do is try to explain it to you. And I will speak with you in a way that maybe I wouldn't with a gold or silver player, because I believe that you can understand more. Just because of, I'm inferring that based on your rank and like other stuff, blah, 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 that I don't need to do whatever. Now, if you're being negative and confrontational back to me, I have like almost a core principle that's really hard for me to break, where I almost believe in responding in kind. And so that's what gets me into a lot of shit on Twitter.
That's reasonable though. Responding in kind if
Sure.
someone's calling. I don't know. I feel hot take. I feel like people have taken the whole be the bigger person thing and gone wild with it. Some motherfuckers you just gotta start like calling the most insane things ever. Yay or nay?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
I do, because my belief is that if someone is being negative or abrasive, unprovoked or unprompted towards someone else, it likely means that they do that to others. So if I'm in some position where I can potentially make them experience something that might cause them to reflect, that's kind of what I want to do.
Are you doing it to make them reflect, or are you doing it to make them suffer?
No. I have a redemption and like a forgiveness problem. This is actually one of the current like quotes and memes that people reference, where I replied to a tweet where I said that my cognitive empathy overrode someone's neurotypical ability to forgive, right? And ultimately, it sounds really fucking weird. It sounds like a really autistic-y retard thing to say. But I like to be really specific
my head
with my...
just hurt a little bit. But yeah.
Okay. So to someone reading it, they're probably thinking that, wow, this fucking weirdo. Ultimately, what that's saying is that my ability to think about why someone's doing what they're doing, think about the reasons behind it, etc., and then get empathy from that, blah, 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 is better than the person's just gut intuition that they don't bother to understand. Because the person was ultimately insulting me because I have a high forgiveness threshold, that I forgive too many people, or that I try to think that people are deserving of redemption, unless they're like evil.
Everybody has like a specific reason for what they're doing that they think is justified, so you try to see if.
Well, there's always a why. There's always a why. There's always a why for reasons that people do something.
Sometimes the why is just like mad dumb.
Yeah,
I mean, but you still try to think of it as like, okay, but that's what they think.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? If you see someone in school or, university or, in public or whatever, and they cover their mouth when they laugh, there's a why. Well, why do they cover their mouth? Was it because they wore braces before and it's still instinctive? Is it because they currently have braces? Do they have Invisalign? Were they told that their smile was ugly? Do they not like how gummy their smile is? There's always a why. Mm-hmm. And I am always I always think the why matters. Always. And most people don't think like that. And, you don't have to look too far to fucking, see that. You just look at things that people think are, Yeah,
but you know that that's the case, where you might care about other things more than most people would. Like you stutter in public to like a cashier or some shit, and then you're like, that guy probably thinks I have the most fucked up social experiences ever. And in reality, they're like, who are you talking about? You know that's the case, but your brain can't get you to like.
Correct.
You can't accept that. You're like, but what if they? But like, you're too intrigued with the if and the why and stuff like that.
Yes,
is what you're saying.
Yep. Well, I think it matters. So, for instance, if someone were to commit a crime, right? A lot of people would say that the context doesn't matter. I think that it does.
It does.
I just blanketly think that it does.
It depends on the crime, but yeah.
It does. Okay. Yes. Exactly. That's why I made the comment earlier about like almost everyone is like deserving of redemption, forgiveness. These types of things, unless it's like from evil. If someone stole food from a grocery store because they're hungry and they have no money and they're homeless, I'm not going to look at that the same as someone who just stole it for the fucking hell of it. I'm just not.
Exactly. I feel like most people would. I feel like that's not uncommon to think. I feel like most people would think that way as well.
No? Have you seen America lately, or?
Yeah, but most people would be like, okay, this person's got like fucking 6 kids, and they got to provide for them by any means necessary. I feel like most people would. I feel like most people would see the reasoning behind that and maybe justify it a bit.
Yeah, and then the other thing for me,
maybe I'm wrong.
On an extension to that, sometimes the why can be understood, and then it needs to be unlearned. So, like, for instance, a lot of people attacked me and still, like, I'll see random stuff because I used to defend Michaela when she would make some transphobic remarks. And I had multiple phone calls with her that were hours in length, where I did not like what we just did with like League of Legends, but like similar thought processes, where I would send her a photo, or I'd send her questions or like hypotheticals, and we'd do all these mental exercises, etc. And we'd do all these things because I was trying to get her to realize that her perception and her hate, or dislike or whatever for trans people, etc., was learned hate.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get her to unlearn it, whereas a lot of the people that were attacking her, telling her, to kill herself and all these other types of things, they don't care that she learned it. They don't care that she learned to hate. They don't care if she unlearns it. They just want her punished because that's what gets them off.
Isn't that also kind of related to what you were saying about how in League of Legends, even though it's not in League of Legends, it's in any aspect, people determine whether or not somebody's right or wrong based on how much they like the person?
That is completely true, yes. Yep. For the most part, yep. Or how much they dislike them. That's the other one.
Yeah.
So for instance, every like if there's a really popular, if there's multiple popular people, there might be a lot of haters. And if those haters don't, the second that someone says something negative, the haters are going to be there in support of it.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
So sometimes that's how it is. Sometimes it's also not about if they actually like you. They might just hate someone even more. And so through you, they vicariously live if they hate the other person. Sometimes it's not about them liking you. It's you're a mutual enemy.
I know what you mean, and I don't know if I should feel bad to know that I have done that.
Yep.
Or
No, most
probably
people have.
still
Yeah,
do
most
that.
people have. Yep.
I probably still do it, and I probably still think it's justified. Like I knew this guy was a piece of shit this entire time, and now he's finally getting like.
So yeah, so imagine like I don't know your fucking thoughts on like some of the Twitch streamers, right, that do like politics. Imagine there's guy A and there's guy B. You don't really like guy A, but you hate guy B. So when guy A fucking goes at guy B, you support guy A. Not because you like him, but because you hate guy B.
Yeah. The enemy of my enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yep.
That's so fucking chill, yo. The fucking level of derailment that we got from whenever the fuck we started this.
That's fine.
I don't even
maybe
care,
it's
bro.
time
This
to
shit was
talk about
awesome.
Scorch.
This shit was-
Yeah,
this
no,
was
please.
No,
I have the math.
Fuck all that.
I have the math.
If you want to do the
Oh, you
math,
do?
if you want to do the math with
did.
LS, bro, by all
I mean,
means,
I
bro.
did it. Okay, so
Okay.
to begin this, I did this a long, like I was a gathering believer for a very long time on Ekko. And then when they buffed Scorch, was a very long time ago, but they did buff it at some point. I was like, this doesn't really matter. But then they also changed Sudden Impact. And a lot of people, for example, think that Sudden Impact got buffed when it didn't, because it used to give like 7 magic pin, and now it gives you 2 damage, which on a full combo is less damage, especially on a scaling champion, but whatever. So the reason I think that it changed on Ekko with the Scorch and Gathering is that, and this is something I was wanting to bring up in the Azir discussion as well, is that Ekko's power profile significantly changed. So before, Ekko was like the premier like scaling assassin. He was like really weak early game. He was almost as useless as Kassadin, basically. But then he got a lot of base damage buffs to his Q, and then obviously the sudden impact change happened as well, and he things like that. So I think that Ekko has now, if you
wait,
go
hold on,
Scorch
wait,
and-
Ekko's.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just EQ, not passive.
Yeah. No, this is passive as well. EQ and passive. This 0.3 is the Q1, 0.4 is E, and 0.8 is the passive. So it does. So
Q doesn't
Gathering
hit
Storm
twice?
would. Yeah, I mean, I'd have Q1 and Q2 examples. The one above is Q2.
I thought.
it's-
So it would be 12 plus. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
so
I thought
if,
Q hits.
I can explain this. So
Yeah.
no. The Q. I mean,
I
you
do
can't
gotta
hit
say
both
something
parts,
really
right?
quickly, Max, real quick.
Yes.
I'm getting the fuck up out of here, and I'm taking my ass to
Yeah.
bed. Y'all
Yeah. Good night.
enjoy
After.
this dating shit.
All right.
It was awesome. LS,
night.
gangster
Yeah,
ass
sure.
conversation. I might even
Thank
DM
you.
another day or some
Sure,
shit.
you can.
'cause
Anytime. You
you
ever
got-
have questions?
That shit's
DM.
interesting.
Bro,
I hope
Abdi,
you enjoyed this
take care.
conversation.
Maybe
Okay.
V2 gets in here as well. Then we have someone that's actually high elo at Ekko that can join this call.
Bro,
but
get
yeah.
V2 in here, bro. This is whatever, bro. I'm not gonna say
You can
shit.
get V2, 610, Ho-Ho, Ekko, Unique. Maybe not Ekko.
Awesome,
Wait,
bro.
So
Alright, I'm out.
We know
So-
every Ekko player that's like.
I thought
not,
Echo's Q is 90% AP.
It's both parts are.
Alright, y'all
but
have fun with that. I'm
the
out.
first
Peace.
part isn't. The first part is 30. The second part is 60.
Okay.
So I did examples with Q1 and examples with Q2.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean the first one is Q1 E and passive, right? With 24 minute Gathering Storm, which would be 36 damage. If you watch Ekko gameplay, then this is what you basically do if you like Ekko is kind of a poke champion now with Dusk and Dawn. So usually you don't hit your second Q. So this is like the most realistic example for the for like one of the best cases with Gathering. And then it would do 36 damage at 20 minutes. So Scourge, I went into practice as well, does 31 damage at that point, which is at 20 minutes. Like
31 versus 36. Okay.
Yeah. So that's like when you scaled already.
Okay, winning.
Let's see other best.
But also hold on.
Yeah. Sure.
The other thing that I was gonna say is the other thing about this is you could weave in another rotation of the abilities before Scorch would be off cooldown.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, for sure,
and that's where like some stuff gets like difficult to chase. Because if you do that, then your abilities would be on. Yeah, then your abilities would be on cooldown, and you wouldn't even be able to apply Scorch. So then you would get 3 rotations of abilities versus 2 Scorch.
Yeah, that if you do it off cooldown, because your E would be like.
Just an aside. Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, I understand the nuances. I've had this conversation.
Yeah, of course.
Very often. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's with this. And obviously, like the best case would be if you hit your ult, you hit your passive, you hit your second Q. That's like the last example. Then it would do 78 damage on one target. Obviously, if you hit multiple targets, it would do a lot more damage as well. So in that case, obviously, Gathering Storm after 20 minutes does either roughly the same damage if you do 1 poke combo. It does more damage if you do 2. It does a lot more if you hit your ult. But then you have to consider, like, sure, you can hit practice tool dummy, and I can see this as well.
Yes.
But I was asking to myself, okay, so why does, for example, and at that time there were a lot of Ekko players as well, and they all went Scorch, and I was like, you guys are delusional. Why are you going Scorch? The math clearly says that it's worse, right? But then I got better at laning. I got to verse higher level players. Like for example, a week ago I versed Raiko, who's 2.3 KLP. It's like the best Katarina on the server. And and I started playing Scorch like 2 years ago. And now I saw the difference of how much it actually changes the laning phase. Especially with lethal thresholds, especially with certain matchups like Katarina, Silas, Vladimir, whatever. And like those matchups where the lethal thresholds are very big. So the thing with it is that Scorch also changes your complete playstyle now that Q has been buffed 2 times. Because before it was not worth at all basically to Q the enemy champion as Ekko. Because it would just do no damage. But now it does 20 more base damage. You can proc sudden impact as well if you EQ, and you have the Scorch as well, right, in early game.
Yes.
So if you watch a VOD of, like, for example, Zhao or Ben, or like you could, I can even watch some of my VODs, even though they are a bit lower level, right, against like some GM Silas or like 2.3 KLP Katarina or whatever. And you need to ask yourself, okay, what damage actually matters? Like, if you look at like 10 minutes and you see, oh, my Scorch did 200 damage, then you'll be like, wait, that's not that much, right? But then you see,
Yes.
okay, this 100 damage first base made me solo kill a Silas, made me win a 2v2, made me do this and that. And I do this consistently every game against Silas, consistently every game against Katarina, consistently every game against like Vladimir or something like that. And then you also have the games where you're like, say you're versing Orianna, and you just like, you cannot proc your passive on her, you just EQ her, you get space, like you do all these minute laning details. Then it starts adding up so much that I don't think that this, in solo queue especially, these damage numbers are like proportional to what the actual difference is in the rune. And
completely agree.
Upon that,
yes.
Yeah, and to add upon that, if you watch like V2 or 16, for example, Ekko, and if you watch Nemesis as well, you can hear if Nemesis complained a lot about this, that you have such insane kill pressure as Ekko in the first 4 levels of the game, that if you get a kill because of Scourge, you outscale Gathering Storm, basically, because you get 400 gold, right? And what is 400 gold? It's 20 AP. What does Gathering Storm give at 30 minutes, 24 AP, right?
So that's another interesting thought process. Yes. But as an aside, 10 minutes, if Gathering Storm gave you a kill, hypothetically, then yes. What you're describing is Scorch using an offensive stat as defense. So like you're using the offense from Scorch to bring them into lethal combo thresholds so that they have to play differently, or they can actually be lethal killed. Whereas Gathering Storm can't do that. And sometimes in a lot of lanes on different matchups, not even pertaining to Ekko, you can make it so that they become afraid of a lethal that they wouldn't have otherwise had simply because they're missing 60 or 80 extra HP, where it does draw them into lethal. And so because they have to alter their playstyle, you don't get punished as hard, you get a reset off that you otherwise would not have. This is just describing Scorch offensive stats as defense. And this is like, I have a video actually on YouTube specifically about this. With that I hypothesize that Scorch can often be used as a defensive rune. But the way you're describing it is also offense, because solo queue, which completely fucking agree, it's a way different environment. So like even some of the champions that you're mentioning, like Sylas, Akali, blah, 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 I would argue that in competitive you wouldn't get the solo kills versus like a pro player. Like they would adjust, adapt, blah, 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 blah. And then, but then it would go back to Scorch offense as defense becoming the conversation versus Gathering. Yeah.
So and this is like the reason why I think, and I tried this every time, like to just confirm that I'm not delusional. And I have V2 is in the chat as well. V222. He's like he before 610 came back. I mean, he is one of the highest Ekko rated Ekko players as well. Probably the best mechanically as well. And I convinced him to go Scorch. He was like a very big Gathering believer for a long time. Like he went at season 11, 12, 13. And then did the changes that I mentioned. And then V2 went to Scorch. And then he changed back to Gathering for like 2 patches. And then he was like, bro, this is unplayable. How could I ever have played without Scorch here?
Yep. Yeah, this is the logic is totally sound. The logic is totally sound. Especially on a champion like Ekko, where first, second resets are like very, very important. Ensuring that you get them either safely or you get the kill, etc. I think that's totally fine. That this ultimately just it morphs Scorch from an offensive rune into a defensive one with the ability to be offensive in like a solo queue environment. And I think that's totally. I literally have a video on this. Hold on. LS YouTube Scorch. Maybe I'll just type that.
Would you want V2?
Yeah. It's in this video. The cookies in Scorch can actually be defensive runes. Yes, that's literally the description of the video.
Yeah.
So this is an entire video going over everything you just said. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
So I think that when you go the extra step further and like you're a melee champion. Well, melee is sometimes a fake fucking way to describe champions. Aatrox is melee, but actually is ranged. Akali is melee, but she's actually ranged.
With Ekko as well. Like he becomes a ranged champ more because of Scorch, because you can EQ people, proc Scorch, and sudden impact, not actually commit to the trade, and then you have a trading pattern where that doesn't exist without it. So that's why it's also a lot better.
Sometimes I get really triggered when I hear people talk about like range versus melee matchup in mid lane, but actually the melee champion is technically ranged with the way the matchup is. Like, and it's really really triggering. But
yeah, can V2 wants has a question.
What's the question?
I don't know what it is, to be honest.
My lord.
I mean, if you want to talk to him, he's like also like.
You can add him to the group chat. What's the question?
Oh, I did accidentally. Oh, I didn't mean to actually do it. I just want to ask if I can, but I mean, yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah. Yo, LS. Low-key got a question. I think I DM'd you that I love you on Twitter maybe like 4 years ago, and I was low-key wondering if you can maybe like follow me back on Twitter, because like I'm low-key a big fan.
What is your ID?
You retweeted his Ekko clip, by the way, the ult back one. Or you were like,
did I?
Because Ekko Suna did. Yeah, Ekko Suna had one of those clips, and V2 did it as well. But then you were like, you ghosted V2 a bit, and replied under Ekko Suna's tweet. It was the ult back through TP without leveling the ult. And V2 did like something.
What do I? Can you just link me your Twitter and Discord? Sorry. All right, there you are.
Yeah, I sent that.
Let's see what you DM'd.
Yeah, I mean that was basically.
What
bro,
is your
I'm not gonna lie,
profile photo?
Wait, what do you mean? What? That's me.
Oh.
It's actually
okay.
Yeah, that was basically. I mean, good luck. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Wait, it says I accepted the message, but I never saw it. I'm so sorry. All right.
I also DM'd you about in-houses with Raynor. Funny thing is, I did play them later without you because I played them in Vega V2 in-houses.
Oh, okay. No, that's totally fine. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, yeah. No, that's cool though. That's cool.
It's funny though.
Okay.
Life circles
All right.
sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if there's anything else ever, just message in the Discord chat. Sometimes I can be really fucking slow to reply to things, but it depends how you word it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, can you take a look at the Azir's Ekko example? I linked the. I linked the timestamp from I think it was Care playing it against Azir, and it was like a pretty perfect example of what happened in side lane. Also, I mean, both parts misplayed it a bit. With how Azir played it, Ekko could have actually killed him because he was standing on the ult, but it's still a pretty good visual representation of what I meant with, okay, if you dash in, you can like have these options against it. He also hits Q2, by the way, which is more damage with that Q1 here. But he's scared to go on him. And he would lose as well if he ults on him. Yeah. Counter matchup.
Well, I think saying a 1v1 isn't, that.
Yeah, I'm just no.
Two champions bumping uglies
is why it would. Yeah, I mean, I'm just I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying this was the reason before why you would pick Ekko into Azir, because you could neutralize lane and then beat him in side lane. But now that has not been the case for a long time. But
okay, but in this clip, like like I said, so he has what year is this?
It's season 15. So
7 months ago. Okay.
This was like one patch before you said to pick it against Talia, I think.
Okay. I mean, yeah, he has. He has more on-field combat stats than Ekko, and then he has a Mountain Drake. He has an Infernal. Not that matters super much, but I don't think one-to-one champions like hitting each other is ever a good example, right? It would be like saying yeah.
I was just alluding to the side laning example, which was used to be a big reason of why you would pick Ekko into Azir. Because
for me, it's like, wait, what the hell happened prior to this clip? Hold on. For me, I see this and I see Care is running to a wave that's clearly coming into him, and he shouldn't insta-shove it. Like, that's my initial thought.
Yeah, he's weak-sided as well, so that would make sense.
He's weak-sided, he shouldn't run into this wave, and then what?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are a lot of other variables. I just I mean, you cannot really I cannot really pick an example that is perfect for what I'm wanting to say.
I know. Yeah.
Remembered this, you know. That's why.
Yeah. I think this is a fine game state. Well, it's not particularly great. I think that the enemy team has way better draft. They have they have Poppy Braum, Azir, Lucian. Like, this is really fucking hard.
Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Also, I mean, this itemization can't be this can't be right, no?
You mean Lich Bane
Like
protocol?
in the context of this game, yeah.
I mean, what
Like
would you build?
the really funny thing is with so many champions building, I don't know. Maybe it's super weird. There's like really funny there gets to be really funny math on like some stuff where like in some cases Leandri's would just do more than Lich Bane because the madness passive plus the burn. You know what I mean? Like, because his AP is so fucking low that like the Spellblade proc is so pathetic. Just as an example.
Yeah, I don't know what it was back then because that was like OP Leandris
Yeah.
as well, but yeah.
Yeah, this was the stronger Leandri's and like, yeah, I don't know. It's fine though. Okay, is that all?
Yeah, wait, let me remember. Ah, yeah, the power curve example. So yeah, because I think that because Ekko used to be like this very scaling assassin back when he was played a lot in competitive.
Yeah.
And now he is more early, like his early game is way stronger, but his scaling is a lot weaker compared to before, right? I think that makes him worse in competitive as well, because at an elite level, people will know how to minimize lane better. Nowadays people take bone plating and unflinching, which counters Ekko a lot as well in his early game portions. And gold scaling is worse as well in the game compared to what it used to be, which was one of Ekko's like bigger strengths that he needed.
Gold
to
scaling?
resource,
What do you mean by that?
Well,
gold
they
scaling got
nerfed
buffed.
items a lot. No, because items are weaker and.
Well, I guess I'm not understanding what you mean by gold scaling. The rate at which you generate gold is faster now.
Oh no, yeah, that's not what I meant.
Oh,
I
okay.
meant like how much, how well you use the gold. So like 3k gold
Oh.
before and 3k gold now. You know, like in season 10, you
Sure.
a lot of gold. Your Rabadons would give you 40% AP. It was cheaper. Your Nexus would more damage. Protobelt would have 25% AP scaling, and now, well, now everyone has more health and yeah, things like that. So yeah, so the damage is lower, but his early game is stronger, which also is something that makes him weaker at that level.
I'm just looking. I mean, they reduce. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things. I think the numbers are so thin though. Like, for instance, Rocket Belt actually has 10 more AP than it used to. Has 50 less HP. It's cheaper, but the active has 5% missing AP. Just like as an example, right? It's like 5% missing. Huh?
It's cheaper compared to when?
Season 11 and 12.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, then that's true, yeah. But then season.
Yeah.
Season
So Rocket Belt.
Ekko was played, right? Season 10 was when Ekko was played in competitive.
Well, this would have been the same. I'm talking about when it got nerfed. It got nerfed.
Oh.
And then changed again. Actually, no. Season 10 would have been Ekko. Yeah. So it's 600 gold cheaper. Oh, sorry, it lost 20 AP. Or sorry, no. After the buff, it's only lost 10 AP. So it has minus 10 AP, minus 5% AP on active, and it's 600 gold cheaper.
Yeah, but also back then it gave you magic pen on every item. If you're referring to
this one didn't give magic pen. It didn't actually get magic pen until
But you're saying season. You mean the early? No. What you mean is the magic pen it gives you when you buy it. It will give in season 11 gave you 6 magic pen after some point when they added that.
Yes,
but they also
6.
had mythic passives. That's what I was referring to.
True. There was that too. Yeah.
But,
yeah, there's some weird stuff.
Yeah, so it's like really complicated. Like there's no mythic.
Yeah,
passives,
stuff definitely gets complex. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But like if we're talking about a damage difference of like 150 on a full combo, I would probably then argue that some other classes or champions are dealing more damage, thus creating the threshold for him. You know what I mean? Things like this.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Ekko does more damage now if other people get people low, but he does a lot less damage on full health people. That's what happened basically.
Yeah, it gets really hard to I'm trying to think. I'm too burned out to have like the follow-up discussion that I would want to have, like particularly on this topic. Not like because of anything that you just said, but because it's on my mind now. Well, I guess kind of because of what you said, but
you don't need to explain it.
No. It's basically explaining how it's explaining it would be like explaining how 10 damage on an ability doesn't actually do anything in the grand scheme of things.
Depends a bit.
In like this is a really fake stat for a lot of reasons. When you oh God, I don't want to get into this. It's really long. And I had this talk with the balance team like last year because I had an intuitive feeling about it, and then I got to learn the like math and supporting arguments for it. But yeah, like basically Reddit or like the public, they'll see a champion get buffed without understanding what the buff actually does. And then they'll see a win rate increase or decrease on various things, right? Maybe an item gets nerfed or like champion gets nerfed or whatever. And they'll see a win rate fluctuation and they'll attribute it to the change, but it has nothing to do with the change. And
for sure.
the thing
That's
that people
what
never pay
happens
attention to.
Yeah.
The thing people never pay attention to is like, if 10 champions get changed in a patch, right, and there's 171 in the league, that means that 161 other champions also experience win rate fluctuation, whether it be up or down. But no one ever talks about the other 161. And the funny thing that I started doing when I started getting really mad at balance and other stuff, I had a hypothesis about people always talk about win rates, and they talk about metas, and they talk about champions becoming viable for all of these variables and all these other types of things. So I started tracking. I remember it was with Caitlyn, and I think like we had Olaf on there. We had a couple of champions. And I started seeing their win rates go up and down, 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 even though they're not being touched. Their items aren't being touched, or champions that are good against them aren't being touched. Like nothing. There's no correlation. It's just going up and down. Naturally, it does, right? It's an ebb and flow. The thing is, though, is that people will see balance changes of 10 damage, and they'll say, oh, wow, it's broken. Like, Noam Watley has this tweet right now.
With the Tahm Kench buffs?
He has the Tahm Kench thing where he says he's going to quit. Or something. Tahm Kench buff, and it's a change that completely guts his top lane. Nerfing both his tank HP and scaling his AP is literally insane. 15 months of no communication to this. I rarely flame Riot, but this is disgusting. If this isn't a typo, I will probably quit Tom. Okay, so here's the way that this change works. Is that for support in like jungle Tahm Kench, it's just a buff. The amount of HP, the amount of bonus HP that you need to start making this a nerf, support doesn't get it. So it's just a buff. And Riot has said that they want Tahm Kench to be a support. And then if he can jungle after that, that's great. Top lane is not his primary role. So it is technically a buff. And then also, if you go through and you do the math, which I was actually doing before the stream today, you get really funny numbers, especially if you don't build an AP item, which I guess Noam Watley does build an AP item. So I compared Noam Watley's most recent 2 week ago rank game on Tahm Kench, where he had 4 items, and he had Dusk and Dawn. In Dusk and Dawn, he had something else. And I went and I did all the math on what is the damage difference on his passive. Okay? And I think the number that I ended up getting was like, it was like 16. So he would have lost 16 damage per passive application in that game. Pre-resistances. Brother,
yeah, so basically nothing, yeah.
16 damage, you do that 3, 4, 5 times pre-resistance, 6 times, that's not why you want to lost the fight. It's just not. It's just not doing it.
Yeah, sure.
Which means that his complaint is fake. Because this kind of a change isn't what's making him win or lose games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
and if the argument was that it was something in early game, well, he's buffed early game now. He's subjectively buffed. So if it was something early game, sort of like the Ekko thing that we were just talking about with Scorch, it's just a direct buff. I don't know. All right, I'm really losing my voice. I gotta stop.
Yeah.
All right.
It
was nice chatting.
Thing happened with Ekko, yeah. Yeah, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm grateful for this. Never
Yep.
thought I would be able to speak with you. So good luck on your stream, and yeah, let's see how our paths may cross again.
Yep. Okay. All right. Good luck with
See ya.
everything. See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Good luck.